All right, Tom. People can hear you.
Oh, it's loud. Oh, it's loud. I should have. No. The game audio is loud comparatively.
Is everyone playing Final Fantasy today? I don't know. I hear myself a little bit from you, Mike.
I need to boost up the SAR.
Okay, so before we hit the go live on this, technically the second game.
I think that's a good audio balance. I think.
Or is it me hearing you? Oh, it might be me hearing you. Hold on. You sound good to me. Looks good here.
Yay. Okay.
All right. So, let me. You ready, Tom? Are we good?
Good for what? To hit new game, or do you want to?
I wanna lead into this slightly.
Okay. Then lead in. Lead away.
I literally just Googled Final Fantasy 13 plot summary of the end, and it sent me to the Final Fantasy fandom wiki. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just gonna read the last like 2 paragraphs, so we know what we're getting, where we're starting from, right?
I have finished Final Fantasy 13.
Sure, but this is setting
10
the
plus
stage
years
for
ago.
Same. I mean, I never beat it. I watched the video on YouTube because I never made it to the Calm Lands. I spent 30 hours and never made it to the Calm Lands, right?
Yep, that was Final Fantasy 13, all right.
Yeah, right? I mean, that's the game, right? Okay, so Orphan revives Fang and tortures her to force her to transform into Ragnarok once more, while helpless Vanilla watches her friend suffer. Meanwhile, Lightning, Snow, Saz, and Hope relive the memories of their journey and find the strength of will to revert, though they believe their Seath forms?
Seath.
Another falsy illusion as Vanilla prepares to stand against Orphan. The others fire magic spells at it and save Fang from the Fall Sea, who sinks into the pool. After giving themselves the focus of saving Cocoon rather than destroying it, the party's l'Cie brands burn out. Turn white, Orphan's true form rises from the pool and reveals it shares the same desire as Barabandulus. Oh. To summon the Maker.
I think.
Even if it means the death, as Orphan has shown its true colors as an enemy of Cocoon, and believing that if they can destroy a Cocoon, they can also save it. The l'Cie destroy Orphan. Now, me reading that was better than it actually is in the game.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
that's all I remember at the end of 13 is after that's done, they win and Fang and Vanille get turned into a crystal to hold the other planet above the the wild planet.
There's a picture of that.
Yeah.
I can't show it though.
And that's all I remember. That's all I remember beyond that.
Yeah, it's tough.
And this one gets weirder. Notably weirder.
Yep. All right.
Well, welcome. Also, Calvi, thank you for that sub. I appreciate it. How dare you?
Who?
I don't know. I've seen their name pop up once or twice.
Got it. I've never heard of them.
Also, hi Queens, hi Toucans, howdy Era. Welcome everyone. Sorry, how is this going down? What are we doing today?
We're gonna try to. You didn't want to play through Final Fantasy 2. That's how this started.
No, fuck no. No one wants to play Final Fantasy 2. Not even you. I know you.
No, I don't want to play it. And I don't really even want to play this, but this was the kind of compromise where it was like, well, can't be as bad as 2 is supposed to be, right? So.
Well, this is not. This game's weird.
Right.
It has systems, it has good points to it, but it's a fucking weird time. Final Fantasy 2 is just awful.
Yeah.
The story's not good because it was very, very early NES. And the gameplay mechanics were very grind heavy. Just an overall bad time to play.
Yeah,
This
I mean, all
at
of
least
us are
has
weird.
fancy graphics and neat combat system, and just the most Nomura of Nomura character and outfit designs you've ever seen. As well as weapon designs, because oh my god, as soon as we get to see the main antagonist weapon, you're gonna be like, what the fuck even is that? It's not a sword, it's not anything. That would shatter into 1,000 pieces if it tried to touch anything.
There's
it's
actually,
like,
you could just read the entire plot of 13. Apparently, I didn't realize that in the game.
Oh, is that in the beginner's primer?
That's what the beginner's primer is. It's literally just Final
No.
Fantasy 13 in every chapter narrated to you.
Really? I
Oh, no.
suppose.
I mean,
Considering this game, they want to make it possible for people to hop on in without having
Right.
to have played 13.
Yeah, I think that like what frustrates me the most about the 13 games is the fact that when I finally got around to playing Type 0 explains what False C and List C and all that kind of shenanigans is a lot better.
I
and more
didn't
concisely
realize I
than
didn't
13.
realize Type 0 was in this universe.
Yeah, well, it is and it isn't, right? It's kind of weird. It's one of those weird ones.
Same
But, like,
universe, thousands of years apart.
effectively, like what the Lassie are in this universe are the Warriors of Light or the Warriors of Darkness from the other games, and instead of the crystal just kind of having a will and imposing it, and sometimes having a voice and sometimes not, like in other Final Fantasy games, all of the like crystal entities in this setting or whatever like can actually talk and actually can like manifest themselves as like a presence.
Yeah.
And so when you're chosen by the crystal,
I believe.
Yeah, the falsy, yeah. So when you're chosen by a falsy instead of just becoming a warrior light or warrior darkness, like in other Final Fantasy games, you get more fancy titles and stuff.
You basically become their magical slave, technically.
Right. Well, and again,
you're branded, you're given magical powers, but you're supposed to do what they're trying to get you to do. And if you don't, you just get turned into crystal.
Right, and that's very specific to the 13 series and stuff like that, right? But in, again, 0, there's slightly twist to that. Like, you have to do the will of the whatever, but you can kind of, like, fudge it, if you know what I'm saying, right? Because you can do, like, kind of like what they did in the end of the game, where they're like, if we destroy Cocoon, we save Cocoon, right? And then they're able to do it even though it's against what they're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, anyway. I can't begin to remember the specifics when it gets down to that. Like, I could kind of remember the specifics up until you go to the other world. I don't even remember what it's called. Cocoon's the one you're on for the most part, and then you go to the one underneath, which is just supposedly all wild creatures and stuff.
Right, but has actual free will,
but like,
Cocoon does not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so we're here to have pain.
Well, yeah, and we'll see how this goes.
And neither one of us have played this game, so
the one thing I know about its structure is its time, not like in-game time based, but it's like time jumping is like a mechanic of it. Yeah, as you're like jumping to different time periods, and it's also can be very non-linear.
So the one thing that I read about it, kind of just looking into stuff as I was getting ready for this, apparently the true ending is in the DLC. You have to buy the true ending.
Oh, good.
So,
thank you, Square. Thank you, early 2010s Square.
It's just like, what? Yeah.
That sounds like something that era of Square would do. This is definitely, this was the point in Square's life where they were getting full of themselves.
Yeah.
Because this was, the period of Final Fantasy 13, which was very divisive, to say the least, among fans. Then they made 2 more games in that franchise, and also they released the first version of Final Fantasy 14 to very bad reviews.
Yeah.
And then
But,
they turned stuff around with that.
Yeah, no, eventually.
But yeah, this was that era of Square.
Yep. Absolutely. All right, Tom, you ready to hit that go button?
Sure. I don't have a timer, but count us down. No, we don't need.
No, I
Go.
don't think so either, right? 3, 2, 1, go.
Normal.
Normal? Go.
Yes.
Okay, go.
Heck, Eric, stop it. Stop gifting subs. How dare you? Thank you for gifting a sub to Queen and to Steech. I appreciate it. This is not a speedrun of Final Fantasy 13 2.
No.
We're just kind of seeing what this game is about.
Yeah, first impressions, effectively.
Pretty much. Yes, I know that game's automatically save.
And it's saving right now.
Eric, thank you for gifting a sub to Josh. How dare you? Also, yes, I have follower emotes now. And there are 2 of them that are new and live.
Jealous. I can't wait.
One of them was a gift from Cal. The later alligator one.
Okay. I'm at the save one now. You already went past that one, right? Okay.
Oh, I'm watching the opening cutscene.
Lucky you.
Peacefully to your rest.
Mine decided it had to save forever.
I will stand guard over your legacy.
I found Lightning. She's in this game for, I think, this intro and almost only this intro.
That's accurate, yeah.
This endless realm is awash with sadness. Life and death lose all meaning under the rolling waves of chaos.
Chaos.
Valhalla.
Can't hear chaos any other way.
Touch its shores.
Right. Enjoy, Mr. Vader. Hope you have yourself a good night.
In this world of lost moments, I begin.
No, they gave Lightning like knight armor in this one. She did not have any armor at all. She had a pretty casual outfit in original 13. And in 13 2, they combined Final Fantasy 13's combat system with Final Fantasy 10-2, where your abilities are tied to what outfit you're wearing. And Lightning has a lot of neat outfits.
This eternity,
Hi, Zach.
it was never your desire. Is that not so?
This motherfucker. Look at his design. 10-2's combat system is amazing. Its story is something.
Gotta find the boy.
Heck. Red Mage. Thank you for the sub. That's not a sword. Eric, stop it. Thank you for gifting a sub to Zach. Cease.
Make Tom say cease more.
Oh yeah, also all the summons in this game, conversely, are also vehicles. Shiva is now twins that can transform into a motorcycle.
Is that sword that can see through all time, by the way? I know you're already past that part, but...
It's not, but it does have an eye.
Magic creepy eyeball?
Yeah. And it goes...
I've always wanted to take the time to play it back the right way, but I always get too lazy to do so.
I forget what Barry played it back on stream once, and I forget what it was. Also, these little bug enemies are very much the little sin spawn at the beginning of Final Fantasy X.
Nice.
Like, almost... They look identical, almost. It also wouldn't be a Final Fantasy if there weren't a big cutscene where They were jumping between rocks floating in space.
Sure.
Because that's how physics work.
Yep.
I have never played a God Eater game, Queen.
Impressive.
I haven't either, but they're supposed to be kind of like Monster Hunter games, aren't they?
I don't know. I just know that Code Vein is in the God Eater universe.
Oh, is it?
I don't know
that. I
what.
haven't played it yet, though.
There's like there's a small call out to God Eater in Code Vein that just kind of points to them being in the same universe.
Enough. Let's end this.
That glow.
Cast your shadow over all. Wings of light.
What a cutscene! Woo! I'm sorry, we just got to the title. Apparently there's more.
There's always more.
Oh man, he's got red nipples.
Yep. Also, I believe he just transformed into Bahamut. I believe. I think that's Bahamut in this universe.
Odin!
Transformers more than...
His frame rate is more inconsistent than I remembered Final Fantasy 13 being. Active
You're
time
playing
battle
this.
tutorial. Yes, please tell me what I'm doing. ATB happens. Noted. Kill multiple commands manually or auto. How about
But
auto?
Odin's not the god she's helping.
Oh yeah, Chaos Bahamut. Easy.
Oh, this might be my janky controller.
Difference was the HP is low. Use Ruler's Shield or a Starstring Command. Okay. Only one foe do that. Okay, well, it's just Lightning Strike them apparently. Also, howdy, MDH. How would I just snipe it a bunch?
Well,
Wow.
Let me select abilities. It's making me auto battle? Okay, fine.
For the tutorial for the first one, yeah. Also, yeah, this frame rate is not as consistent as I remembered Final Fantasy 13 being.
Just snipe 5 times. Whatever. Who cares?
It's a tutorial fight.
No.
There's only so many options.
None of this matters. I'm not gonna die. Also, why is she using her own strike? That's weird. Stop auto battling. Make me pick the abilities.
You're gonna have to get used to that.
Yeah,
There's only so much you have control over in these battles.
Did I win? No, I didn't win.
You progress.
I
To-
should have blocked. Oh no. She auto healed. Okay.
It's a tutorial fight. What do you expect?
I understand what the fuck is happening, and I don't already. He doesn't even have like a stagger meter or any of that kind of stuff.
No, they'll probably get to that in future fights. This one is a very straightforward, do more damage to the enemy than it can do to you tutorial.
Did you win yet, Tom?
Yes.
I'm still fighting it.
I'm into more
Yeah, I
cinematic. It's fine. Oh no! Oh no! There's QTEs.
Okay, thanks for the heads up. Don't put the controller down. Got it.
This was also this era of games in PS2 and
Yeah.
PS3 where cutscenes have QTEs. Slightly different from the QTs in chat.
Yeah, that's accurate. Hello, all the QTs in Tom's chat and my own chat.
Wow. Sorry.
looking at you.
Say hi to your chat first before mine. You dangus.
I also don't think anybody's over here right now, so that's what...
Oh, hi, Edgelord. Welcome back.
Right.
I succeeded in the first QTE and the second one. Why does Lightning have Reaper things now? What the hell happened? Odin wasn't her summon in the first game, right?
Yes, it was.
All right.
I forget who else had what. Hope had Alexander. Snow had Shiva.
The motorcycle.
Vanille had like Hecaton share, which is like new.
Goddess made wise.
Fang had Bahamut. And I forget who Saz had.
Bend to my will.
This is a male
If-
thing then?
Ifrit.
Creepy eyeball!
Yeah, this is our first time experiencing this. And just kind of gonna let the strangeness wash over us.
Cinematic action, okay.
Oblivion is the fate
It's a fun way to call it the QTE, but whatever. I smacked him through a thing!
Oh, I can slightly affect the order of events in this cutscene. Brynhilder. Yeah, that was Saz's something. Gun!
God damn it.
I
End this.
probably should have. Take that! I can mash button.
Oh,
I must thank you.
I'm supposed to pick that. I just hit them both at the same time.
It probably picked whichever one you slightly got faster.
Right. I picked wrong! It did no damage because I picked wrong. That's interesting. Okay. I dodged though, so we're okay.
It still feels like this isn't any boss fight, so I'm sure you're fine. I think the game's maybe a little low now.
Doing a gravity.
Oh, I did ruin though. It didn't seem to do anything.
Oh, okay. So gravity is the right choice then, eh?
Probably.
Like, what does any of this mean?
Choose gate.
They just throwing you in the deep end and all JRPG typical endgame nonsense, and that's just where we begin.
Right?
Of course.
This is really actually like making me. I haven't realized that like so many elements from like Final Fantasy VII Remake were
I know
just
your name.
them using shenanigans from like this though,
No price.
with like the very end game stuff without spoilers.
What the? Don't slash that! You just took that out of your chest. What are you doing? I don't understand what's happening. Oh, that was a summon. Okay.
Two cans is officially doubly cute because they're in both chests.
Indeed.
My cat is staring at me. Why are you staring at me? You want to come over here? I'll bet you. Don't give me that dirty eye. What the hell? She was mad at me because I was trying to set up stream. She kept coming in my lap and I kept moving her. Is that Sora?
Maybe.
Oh, Noel. Okay.
Where am I?
He looks a lot like Sora.
You prayed for a miracle, And that brought you here.
What?
Or am I wrong?
How did you know?
From Valhalla, I can see everything.
But who are you?
I have no idea what the fuck is happening.
Lightning.
And I have a feeling that very little will be explained to me in the coming hours.
Time for a real fight.
It's nice of you to say time for a real fight when I'm sure this is still just a very cinematic tutorial.
Racer. Yeah.
Here it comes! What now?
Gonna get worse. He's holding back. He's testing us.
What
Is that a name?
Oh, okay, that was just the heal. It's fine.
I gotta again?
Yeah, of course. You think it was done?
I hoped it was done. Mostly because I just know that these aren't even. Well, Noel is. But. Didn't let me QuickTime event. What the hell?
No quick time event for you. Not this time.
Is there any reason not to just auto battle through this?
Pretty much no. Because if you auto battle, you're not gonna fail. I did it. I got nothing
I took so much
because it was a
damage. I better
tutorial
use this
fight.
ability. Right, and that's the thing. Like, give me some extra potions if I do well or something. You know what I'm saying?
No.
We're using the graviton mines, chat. Now we're using focus bolts, apparently. Oh.
How do we fight him?
This is not your battle. There's something else I need you to do.
What?
Bring my sister to me. Her name is Sarah.
Okay.
You'll need
5 stars, baby!
Your time gazing.
Easy breezy.
Told you how it works.
Lemon squeezy.
But why me?
Because you're the only one who can.
Well, I'm good. Thanks for doing this with me, Tom.
Valhalla. You can find Sarah. And together you can change the future.
Wait. I can change the future?
You just.
Yes.
Of course, you can change the future. Prayers apparently work in this universe. Also, you came from a different timeline, probably.
Is her butt the only thing that's exposed by this armor?
Oh,
Good
oh,
luck, John.
okay.
Give him to Sarah.
I didn't know that.
Right.
I'm gonna let you experience that
Got it.
one.
I'll track
Okay.
her down.
Sorry, I'm a couple seconds late.
What's happening?
Enjoying your little chat.
Caius?
Get to the gate. I'm counting on you.
Okay.
Sorry.
Not this again. Odin! Do it!
What?
It's fine. It's just a Moogle.
Sarah,
That's also apparently a weapon.
So there are a bunch of Final Fantasy 14 tie-in weapons that have a bunch of Moogle themed stuff on them. I'm guessing that's where this comes from then.
Maybe.
I have no idea.
My hopes go with you, Noel Kreis. Become an arrow through time and speed your way to Sarah. Be there for her, because I no longer can.
I truly have no idea what the fuck I just watched or where any of this comes from. And I don't think the primer would help. Because apparently we're in a world called Valhalla. Lightning can see through like all of time, apparently. Noel appeared out of thin air because he prayed for it.
Time flows without pause. In a world where I no longer exist,
Do you think he made it to the portal chat?
is about to change.
They almost look human. Thanks, Stitch.
I promise you that less than 0 of your questions may be answered. Excellent.
Is it good that like halfway through the
Truth still survives.
whatever this was, I'm already out?
Only you
Like I'm like,
remember it.
nope, not invested.
Yeah. They, isn't exactly a good start.
So lightning becomes a crystal at the end of the first game, right?
No. I thought lightning was just fine.
I guess it was just
But apparently lightning just went to time immemorial.
Well, I know a little bit about the game after this.
such a strange
Oh, we're getting a hot pop song? No?
What? What was that?
Give me a hot pop song.
Where did these clothes come from?
Nomura!
Keep teasing me?
Nomura is where those came from. I've beaten Final Fantasy 13 10
What's
years
happening
ago
out there?
and have not really touched anything about it since. Nomura made the character designs. I don't believe he did too much more than that, but it's definitely Nomura character designs. Also, over tutorialization is also this game's
Era.
shtick.
Sarah, why are your clothes glowing?
Don't question it.
Did you pee yourself? What the hell?
It's fine. I want to
The
explore.
clothes were significant? I'm so mad about that. What the fuck?
Nomura won't be involved in a game if the clothes aren't significant.
Fair.
A what?
Is on it.
Oh God, what?
My camera controls are fine. Sure. Try to leave the room. I don't
So
want to leave the room.
also-
Oh my god, stop telling me how to use stuff. I just want to walk.
But then, what was
Alright, this controller's jank. I gotta switch controllers. So I'm gonna be even further behind you here in a second.
Oh my goodness, you can jump in the overworld.
She can't be dead.
About damn time.
Oh my God. They toned down the item tooltips in Skyward Sword Remaster. I did see that. I'm just like, good. That is like some of the most basic things they could have done in a remaster.
Hello, master.
Is get rid of the tediousness.
Hello, master. Your batteries in your controller are running low.
Dialogue options, yeah. Where's
How
the
do I
village?
sprint?
Everything out here is completely different. What is this place?
Yeah, I can't sprint yet. Okay.
If I remember correctly, there is no sprint in this game. At least there wasn't in original 13.
Wait. Maybe
We'll go with that one.
Is this what's going to happen to us? But why? Enough. I want to go home.
Sarah's taking this surprisingly well.
Sorry. Second.
Sounds good, Toucans. Take care. Have a good walk.
Enjoy a walk. So I'm very bad with this stuff, but like,
Sarah, come on! Everyone!
it's work. Worked for me. Okay. So Tom, go to your chat.
What is that? Take that!
Oh man, you're way farther ahead than I am right now. But that's what I
It's
have
fine.
staring down at me at the moment.
Lightning, help me.
The Keten. Keten is just like, what? You're playing this game?
Right? She's
Get a hold of yourself. Lightning can't protect you
so
anymore.
poised.
You have to look after yourself now. Do you hear me? Your sister's dead. She can't help you.
What? Apparently, maybe Lightning did die at the end of Original 13?
Then you're gonna have
So
to.
I thought, but I wasn't gonna correct you until.
I thought everyone was mostly fine. Apparently, I was wrong. Well, everyone is fine except for Fang and Vanille, who got turned into a crystal.
Save it for later. Can you fight?
If I have to.
Cookie.
You're gonna have to.
Come say hi to
One
chat.
more thing.
Gonna have to toss me.
Don't ever lay down and wait to die.
And my axe. What?
No, Lightning Returns is a different game.
Yes. But if I talk about that game, then I'm gonna spoil the ending of this game.
I just know from seeing various speed runs what the final boss of this game normally is. Or what the final boss of any percent run of it is. But yeah, 13.3 is Lightning Returns. Oh,
And
good.
it's an action RPG.
3-star fight. From doing nothing. I could not have done anything differently, I don't think.
It's that guy that was significant at the beginning of 13, and then significant at the end of 13, but not significant in the middle at all. Ganat.
He was significant at the end?
Yeah, he does something to help Snow.
Ah.
I don't remember what. but
I don't remember. Oh yeah, that's right. This is the whole big shtick. For this game. Also, that's new. I don't think they ever had it set up to that the paradigms also affected the way they targeted. That's new, I think. Yeah. Stagger an enemy is good.
no.
Go. That you little pest of one. Get out of here.
What is Noel using?
It's a good question.
All right, Melody 1. Cast some runes. Can I paradigm? I can paradigm shift. Okay. Let's do this then, please.
There's not too many paradigms to choose from to start.
Yeah, but I don't want them all having the same role. So just one where they're different roles seems like a good plan.
It is.
At least they're letting me shift paradigms now.
So I forget if this game starts you with, or you start every fight with full HP. You do. The answer is you do.
Great.
Get rid of these small punks.
Defeat all the hostiles. Okay. You hostile?
If I remember correctly from seeing the speed run, there is a small bit of tech with paradigm shifting in that I think it's once every 12 seconds. If you paradigm shift with into a full ATB. So it's a way of rewarding you for shifting every now and again. Get these little punks out of here.
Okay, well, I'm literally already the one you suggested I change to, so I guess we don't change yet.
Basically, at this point, Double Trouble's just good for small enemies, and the second one is good for larger enemies. Slash and burn is good for larger enemies.
Got it. It's important to choose a paradigm based on each situation. Okay.
I think the other ones are mostly or have defensive capabilities, which at the moment, Torii fights do not need any defensive capabilities.
Hey, Sarah. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Mackie. Yeah. Gotta go.
Okay.
Get that stagger going, baby.
All right, everyone, listen up. The meteorite hit over there.
Right.
We're gonna check it out.
Team
Hi,
Rouge,
Waka Light.
ready to roll. Well, and careful. That area's crawling with
So stay close. Come on.
Get out! No! I was assuming he died.
with you.
Not
Did I
yet,
assume correctly?
as far as I know.
Yeah, all right.
I'm just waiting for him to be like, you know, man.
She took a hit.
You're right.
She's gonna be fine. She just
Oh,
needs
Lulu,
fixed.
she's got a really nice
Thank goodness. And thank
Belts.
You
Belts
know,
was what
in
you're gonna
10-2,
say.
I'm gonna have a kid. It's gonna be really awkwardly handled, though.
Of course it is.
you. Okay.
It's Waka having a kid. Of course it would be awkward.
It was
Right.
this little guy too.
Well, they don't have his character change like at all,
No.
and like
Well, he changes
Lulu
over
is
the
just
course
a little
of
more than the
Final Fantasy
10
X.
too.
Is
Yeah,
that
that's true.
Well, he has to, considering he's
He's supposed to be your lucky charm.
incredibly religious when that game starts, and then confronted with the problems of
Yeah.
said religion.
She's the one who told me.
Yeah.
Where did you see her? Was it Valhalla?
Yeah. How'd you guess?
I saw it in a dream. I saw my sister.
Ba 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 da ba 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 da ba.
Then the meteorite came.
And dragged me along with it. I guess.
Do you mean
Whoops.
you actually rode here on that meteorite?
Maybe.
You
I don't know.
rode the meteorite,
Remember.
just like
Why don't we
Orin
go
rode Sin
check it out?
to get to Xanarkin. Does that mean you're already dead, Noel?
Yes.
Now I know for sure.
Spoilers.
Lightning is alive. She's in a place called Valhalla. I'd only just met Noel, but I believed him. I believed every word he said.
That's very trusting
Even
of you,
though
Sarah.
it couldn't possibly be true.
We made it.
It was only yesterday. The smile on Lightning's
You look like you're
face
from a
was
Digimon
like
game.
blessing for
Those
Snow
goblins
White
are
to get married. But I'm the only one who ever remembered that. No one believes.
Shush,
It's
MDH.
just a
They don't
dream,
know.
they
They don't
say.
know Norse
And then I slept
mythology
in
and
the
Final
crystal.
Fantasy, even though they have
Illusion.
Odin as a summon.
They say my sister is gone. That 3 years ago she sacrificed herself to stop the fall of Cocoon.
Okay, well, yeah. Okay, now she laid it out. It's just like,
She
no,
turned
Lightning
into the crystal pillar
sacrificed
that
herself.
holds Cocoon above the surface
What?
of Pulse.
Lightning turned into the
saved
crystal
both worlds.
pillar? I thought that was
That's
just
what
Hope
they
and
say.
Vanille.
But even so,
My memory of this is too shoddy.
I wasn't going to correct you.
no, is that all you're going to tell me? Your name?
This?
Who are you? What do you do?
I'm a hunter.
I feel like an interrogator. Do you mind me asking?
Shoot.
This is not the music I was expecting. It's pretty good music. It doesn't feel like it fits what's happening in the slightest, but
Snow, we need you here.
this is definitely. I think that's another thing I remembered of 13 is that, like, hey, the music is actually pretty dang good. It doesn't feel like it fits anything that's happening. Mm-hmm. That's... What is this tutorial? Oh. Okay. Interesting. So if you just approach them early, you get preemptive. If you wait a bit, then it's that. Oh, or if you're not out of range, then they just automatically attack you, and that's a problem. X. Okay, take and shoot. Okay.
It couldn't possibly be true.
Interesting. Oh. Oh, interesting. If you start a preemptive battle, apparently you start with haste,
Oh, wow.
which is ridiculous. Oh, it doesn't last very long, but still. Suppose that's better than original 13's preemptive battle mechanic, which kind of like broke most of the battles. Because I think what it did is it put enemy stagger gauge at like 1 hit from being triggered,
Wow.
which was like, in some fights it was just like instantly the fight was over, in others it felt like it might have been necessary to get preemptive.
I got an achievement.
What? I didn't even get one.
One called Early Riser.
Wow.
What's
Oh,
no?
Waka's checking out the meteorite outside of town, huh?
Hmm.
These monsters look delusional.
I just didn't think it would be.
What about you? What do you got to tell me? I guess his name is Godot. Okay.
Looks like no one will be fishing.
Alright, well, let's go kill stuff.
I got a thing. Oh, wow. You can equip a lot of accessories.
Hey,
4 accessories per character, actually.
All right, explain the mod clock to me.
Kind of like that the music has not cut out. Oh, come on.
Noel, tell us your deep dark secret.
Actually, no, it looks like they also get stagger as well as haste for yourself. Can I not? Apparently that's got to come later then.
Looks like no one will be fishing today.
Oops,
Oh, okay.
wrong button, but it's fine. This music
wow.
is going so hard.
You know, Mackie might know something about it.
It's a pulsework soldier.
Oh my god.
Those were important for like the end of the game in the first game, weren't they?
I thought they were standard enemies throughout the game.
I wonder where could
That might be true too. I don't know.
Welcome back, Walkalight. You jumped down to say hi to me, and I'm just not even gonna talk to you.
We got 4 stars for that fight, chat. Jump in the water? No. You don't like water? Okay. Oh god.
Oh my god. Noel almost died in that fight somehow.
I already had Sarah almost die in the first attack that I took. There literally is no reason not to just auto battle yet, hey? Okay.
No, not yet. Their options are very limited.
Baby! Sagato's getting this combat system down, baby!
No.
Oh, I can jump from this thing? Then why couldn't I do that before? Why'd you make me?
Also, if I remember correctly, the why I just lost my train of thought. No, it's potions. Potions are very powerful in this game. Since you don't need them out of combat, you like only use them in combat. Oh my god,
Yeah,
seriously?
makes sense.
Okay, well fine. Oh, you son of a bitch, Noel! It kept whiffing hits. I didn't want to do the fight, and then Noel hit them for me. Thanks. But yeah, apparently I think potions automatically heal everyone on your team when you use them. And I think first ones are 300 HP, which is nearly a full heal
If the monsters
at
my
this
God,
point.
yeah. I got a map. Can someone sing that song from Dora the Explorer to tell me about the map?
What's going on here?
I just got to walk a light scene jumping down.
I see it too.
Yeah, he jumped down, and then I just kind of went like, okay, cool, and just walked away.
So,
I'm not talking to him. Sarah, who are you targeting?
Let's head to the meteorite. Don't be a coward. I've always been jealous of people who can use magic. More of
A
them.
tuft.
Maybe it's an illusion.
It's an excellent descriptor of something.
Showing
A tuft.
Snow's the boss. We don't need to know who the boss is. So all led to his little dialogue between Noel and Godot about who the boss is.
Mm.
We already know the boss is Snow, so at least
I don't.
Well, I don't know. You know.
They've so far what I've seen, I haven't seen Snow at all, and I heard him mentioned I think once by a random character that I haven't talked to. Oh, cool. Well,
Well, I don't know where he is, but he was the boss of the little gang in the beginning of 13.
yeah, he was their boss. Yeah.
Yeah. Then again, they show up in like the last second to do something. How do I get down there? This map is so shitty. And these random encounters are so common. I don't know what my cat is doing. She's still sitting in that same spot. Just looking at me. She's never done something like this before. You freaked out about something? I'm sitting on my lap.
Oh well, I thought you were gonna do a thing. Okay, well, it's a good thing I.
She's doing a stretch.
Good stretch.
Chat. Make sure you stretch. What is this shenanigan? Holy crap! Coswald! What? Thank you very much for that raid. Appreciate it. Oh god. Hi everybody. So I'm doing a little thing different tonight than I normally do. And I'm playing this game, Final Fantasy 13-2, with a really heckin' amazing streamer, Mechanalyst Tom.
How
If you
dare
see
you.
both of our perspectives, please use !multi in the chat to get a link to the stream thing. Both of us did not play this game when it came out. We both had experiences playing. You played 13 when it first came out.
Yeah.
So we're basically going into this blind-ish. You said you saw the speedrun a couple times. I've seen partial parts of the playthrough of this game, but by the fact that I can't figure out where to go right now, it's a testament to how much I know about this game.
Oh, I just beat the first boss.
Oh, I'm still trying to find my way through these pathways right now, so... Why did that not work? Hold on, did I not turn it on? Thanks, Coswald, for helping me test my stuff, apparently. Oh, I didn't even complain about my dinner thing yet. Ugh.
Oh.
Alright, go ahead, Coswald, try it again. It should work now. I goofed and didn't turn it on. So I ended up, being home 10 minutes later than we were originally planning on starting, basically because I was in a restaurant with some friends who they all showed up really late. And then the service was just very slow. So there you go. Thanks, Coswald. Appreciate it. Coswald, my friend, my compatriot. Was there anything super noteworthy mentioned in yesterday's stream of the realm stuff for Shroud of the Avatar that I should know about? Because I totally missed it yesterday. I was dealing with a bunch of kid-related stuff.
That's a very weird default viewing angle on that.
The main news was there was no news. Was the keyword still "summer fun has begun"?
I thought this would be more of a thing, but it's not. It's kind of just a different bestiary, even though there is a bestiary. Interesting.
But there's a bestiary and then something else other than the bestiary.
Yeah, it's interesting. Oh wow, that doesn't even have an attack. Okay, it's a good thing I haven't been using it. I can't tell if these
We made it.
different
Wait up!
rolls level up on their own, or if I need to do a Crystarium like in FF13.
Boom.
Because it hasn't
Oh,
exactly
those
given me
don't
an
swing at all?
option yet.
What is that place?
Unless I didn't miss anything then. Okay.
Do you know?
Yeah.
Wait, what happened to
Well, that's
Cocoon?
kind of disappointing.
It's not there.
Well, you're looking at a different time. That's the world I come from. In my world, Cocoon doesn't exist. When I was born, the sky was already empty.
I like the weekly format.
Tell me, how many
I like the weekly format a lot better than I like the telethon style that they used to do when
Well,
they would
it's
be doing like a fundraising push.
So that was 3 years ago.
For me, all that happened 700 years in the past.
Oh,
I was born and raised in another time. 700 years in the future.
How's Noel already famous? What the heck?
I knew it. I knew you weren't from this world.
Okay,
I'm
huge.
the last of humanity.
If you got some huge hair there, huge.
Sarah, I can take you there. We can find Lightning together. I know she wants to see you. You're full of it!
oh,
Yeah, that's impossible. Lightning's gone, man.
Say about trying them on.
Godot. Noel, do you know where my sister is?
Come with me.
what are these? Oh,
Alert has commenced.
What's happening?
Tough to Phoenix down. Heck yeah.
It's a time gate.
Hey, Alyss, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it.
What the?
how do you even know what that is,
Lightning is in a
Noel?
place called Valhalla.
I'm looking forward to getting my butt kicked by your dungeon later there some more.
I couldn't turn my
Yes.
eyes away. I knew the answer lay beyond that gate. The answer to my doubts and dreams. On the broad
I mean, look, before I even grandmastered anything, there was my corpses littering the entire hallways, so I can't even say anything.
Like it was yesterday. But sometime when I wasn't looking, she disappeared. She was gone as if she'd never been there in the first place. Lightning, are you out there?
Put walls up
Did I dream
in every
that day
room
on
so you
Pulse, or
don't
did it
die.
really
The fireball
happen?
damage is...
No
Yeah,
says he
no,
can
the
find
fireball
you.
damage is really rough.
Is he telling the truth?
Especially when you get a bunch of them on you. It's a boss fight? Ooh.
It's not too much
His
of one.
world was a terrible place where Cocoon did not exist. He had traveled back in time to change that bleak future.
Alright, but it seems
So he
like
told us.
an efficient battle strategy is key to victory.
All kinds of crazy stuff happens. Objects from different
When up
times
against
get
powerful
mixed
enemy,
up.
switch to twin
If you wanna
shields, a
play
defensive
travel through
paradigm,
time,
dominated by
you can
sentinels.
find one of those objects. They're called artifacts.
Alright, so when he's about to swipe, I need to defend.
They're
All right.
anachronisms, relics of a different world.
Makes sense. I think I probably want to flash and burn until then, though,
If we can find one,
to get
like
that
the
stagger
eight
meter up,
pieces
since
of
that seems to be the
gate,
one that staggers the
then we can
best
cross time and travel to Lightning's world.
out of the options we currently have.
Could Noel be telling the truth? Beyond that gate, in a place called Valhalla.
Oh god,
is
swipe.
Lightning
No,
alive and
twin
waiting
shields.
for me? Can I
We
dare
screwed
to
it
go
up.
again?
It's fine.
After
Alright.
this time? Oh, how I want to believe.
Did you die?
I want my sister back.
We did eat the first swipe, though.
So much happened the night the meteor
I switched this
fell.
time, though. Alright, second time again.
We all had a lot to think about. I wonder if
Alright,
anyone's-
he's broken. Now we go to double trouble. And just smack him, smack him, smack. Fuck, he's doing the swipe. Get the shield up. Alright, switch back to stabbing.
Good morning.
God dang it. I have a weird cramp in the arch of my foot.
I might die.
Don't die. Use a potion.
I'm working on it. Oh yeah, they do hit everybody.
Hold on. Aye,
It
aye.
does only heal for like 120 though.
Oh, okay. Not as powerful as apparently the original. Also, I realized my setup got jank a little bit, so I need to fix that.
No. All those mages just blast you, yeah. But I mean, like, the rewards and like the EXP and stuff are good, so. By resolving the anomalies along the timeline, you'll obtain special objects known as fragments. Fragments of the time. This is the key to get to the next world, right? That's all I know. Is that saver? You know, I'm strong like my big sister, too, you know. Sorry. One of the NPCs is making fun of me for doing stuff.
Oh no! Also, what happened to my PS3 feed?
No. No, Tom. Not your feet.
Oh, accidentally loosened up the port.
Excuse me.
Okay, there we go.
Come on, Godot. Chillax, bro.
I think that's
Go play
good.
some blitzball or something. Sorry.
Alright. What I missed while I was gone.
I'm touching the stone right now.
Good. Because now you see what the stone for what it truly is. Alright. I wasn't expecting vocals there. What the? What is this?
Just gonna make everyone more nervous.
A what reward?
Monsters everywhere.
This music is so strange. It's good. It doesn't, at the immediacy, feel like it fits anything.
Sorry.
What? Okay. Do I have an option?
We're gonna unlock
Okay,
some
okay.
worlds, huh? And travel through Disney themed theme parks? Is that the
Yeah,
what's happening
exactly.
here,
Probably shouldn't need that yet. Why must music fit? Is it not enough to merely vibe? It feels good when it syncs up with each other. When the gameplay syncs up with what you're expecting or what the music is vibing off. It kind of just feels like two separate things playing at the same time, and they're good, but in differing ways. So it
I
just
hope you have snacks.
feels a bit
There's gonna be a lot.
off. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So I'm just assigning. Interesting. Wait, what?
Why wouldn't
Oh,
she
okay,
change
that's
back into
interesting.
like normal clothes? What's she's still wearing her magic clothes or whatever?
Um, I'll say I'm sure I'm gonna start hearing fireworks in the coming hours. I heard some fireworks at 6:30. I'm just like, what are you even launching them for? You're not seeing crap.
Good morning, Kupo. Say good
I
morning to
guess
you.
I'll let Noel be commando more so. I guess. Just because I feel like probably good to have more than just provoke on that ability.
It is amazing how like they have all these little interactions with people, where it's like the game before this had like none of that.
Mm-hmm.
Feels like an overcorrection, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
you wanted meaningful dialogue with random NPCs, then that's all you're gonna get. Hey, Godot. He's hot.
5 to get one more? Probably should. And probably just put the
Okay,
rest into
I'm gonna run
commando.
off with some con artists then. See you later, Godot.
Oh, interesting.
This quaint seaside village thing definitely has vibes from fucking
Huh.
Town 2, right?
That dropped in a level. Like, interesting.
Searching for artifacts and treasure spheres, pay attention to the Moogle's bauble. It'll glow in the vicinity of special items and other treasures. Whoa. Whoa, the bauble.
The bobble bobble. Customize.
This bauble's going crazy.
Yeah, let's move you here, you here. Let's have this be Ravager. Percent. Probably won't use anything but top 3 in the bottom one, but that'll be fine. Generate random party paradigms? Nah. Interesting.
Setting parity paradigms right now. I mean, I'm
Yeah, also with maybe with the Crystarium levels, it feels like there's just certain nodes that are your ability nodes, but you're putting
Sarah,
levels
wait up
into
for
the
me.
various trees in it. And whenever you hit that ability node, the one that you gave the point to in that one gets the ability.
Sarah,
Whatever the next ability
there's
in line
still
is.
so much I don't understand myself.
Which is,
If we can actually
I
find
think
an
that's how it
artifact,
works.
then I'll know
I
what I've been saying
can't
is
say
true.
for sure. No.
And once we open the gate, you'll be able to put some of your doubts to rest as well.
I'm petting the cat.
So what do you think? Will you search for the answers with me?
I didn't see a cat to pet. Your cat or in-game cat? No,
In-game
you're
cat,
beyond
so I
me
think
because yeah, Bobble.
Yeah.
Give me a chance and I'll prove that it's true. Look.
I need to find Kitten.
But that's just a
I didn't plan on playing with the paradigm stuff so much until I get the Pokemon stuff unlocked.
That's fair. I don't know exactly when that happens.
I don't either, but like it feels like until I have a full party, like setting everything like, you know what I'm saying?
What, did I just examine vegetables? I sure did.
Wow.
I sure did.
You grow vegetables?
Hey, you couldn't do that at 13.
What? You don't?
Good night, Aaron.
Soil is
Thanks for stopping by.
nothing.
Good night, Airrock. Thanks for stopping by.
We have to survive by hunting. It's that or starve.
Don't copy my shtick, Sar. Come on.
She said we were the last of humanity.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
That's
Goodbye.
that's what I say when I'm leaving a voice call.
Just what I said. When I was born, there were
I'm
few
aware.
animals in the world that lived in
But
this
it's your stick, you know?
I don't know why it's my shtick, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I just did it that one time, and then I was just like, okay,
It's like,
Like,
I like
I
this.
just do it
Let's
now.
Yeah.
I
I don't have like a good send off. That's my problem. So
How did it happen?
There were monster attacks and illnesses. People
this music
died,
is very good.
but everyone said the same thing before they passed on. The future is yours.
All right, the Crystarium is the like sphere grid shit you're talking about, right?
Yeah, though it's very different functionally. Kitten? Kitten, let me pet. You're like a cross between like a lemur and a kitten almost. But you won't let me
Yeah, that's
pet
where I'm
you.
at.
I'm sad. This actually has a lot more freedom of movement than I was expecting. Given Final Fantasy 13's you can't go anywhere, they won't let you. Talk to kitten.
Wait, the cat isn't an artifact, is it?
No, I don't think so. Maybe the cat could have picked up the artifact.
Get the kitten.
Oh. Oh.
Get him. I have you now.
Stay on.
What? Where are you? Moogle! What? Oh,
I miss the fireworks of old boating.
your jump height is not great, though.
I could really use some hiking boots.
I can see.
Okay. Well,
Oh, I was saying there's freedom of movement, but there's a lot of invisible walls on the sides of
but you can
objects.
also jump over some of those invisible walls.
You
which I think is
can.
interesting.
Oh, so that's where you
So.
got to. And the artifact isn't here, huh?
Snow is the name of the
Snow.
cat.
Kupo. Oh yeah, she's my pet. Kupo. You
Snow is
found her and
also in
brought her home.
charge. Kitten is leader.
Hey, I don't see why not.
I think we should keep her too. Just as long as she doesn't make a mess in my workshop.
Make some progress, hopefully.
Are you sure you can look after her?
Can't we all do it? I mean, we are one big family, right?
Yeah, right.
Mac, you'll do it.
You too.
Meow.
Thanks. She's adorable.
She really does have a face.
I thought I could hide it from them, but they knew. They saw right through me. I'd lost lightning and then snow. But those guys, they really tried to cheer me up.
Did Snow also die? Did all of them die?
Oh.
So it hasn't been all bad.
No, not at all.
Because, like,
Life is harder here compared to back on Cocoon.
Hope is like the
Everyone sticks
time
together.
wizard in Final Fantasy Lightning
Even in the tough
Returns.
times, we have each other.
Mm-mm.
That helps.
Those friends of yours are like family, aren't they?
Yeah.
Nakama, as some would say. The cat's my only family.
This is why I can't just leave. Little Snow means so much to me now.
Wow. You like animals that much?
Yep.
Where did everyone go?
Way off
That's a
track.
good question. I don't
Where
know.
else should we look?
Mog, help us out here.
I mean, 3 years have passed. A lot of stuff could happen in 3 years, you know.
Yeah, but
Look, the Moogle's reacting to the kids.
don't know.
I don't think he's just looking for playmates.
You'll have a cutscene that'll explain some stuff coming up soon.
Probably.
I'm watching it right now, so.
Good morning. These are my teach their classes.
A school teacher, huh?
What a bitch.
I'm so glad you're all safe.
Who's the lady in the background? She's cute.
Everyone do their homework?
I did mine, because I didn't want you getting mad at me like the last time.
I like how no
like
one
you'd
has
be
questioned
soft on
Sarah's
kids,
sudden
but you're
shift in
pretty
outfit
strict, huh?
either. They haven't questioned a lot of this, which is
If you talk to all the NPCs, one of them did mention it,
okay.
and I told him he'd look better in it.
I'm only strict because my teacher was strict.
Oswald, you're right. We would be 30% done with the
Lightning
decade
must have rubbed off on me.
in 3 years' time.
My grandmother was a teacher too. She taught me everything I know. She taught me about Grand Pulse.
Oh, Grand Pulse. That was the name of the other planet.
Yeah, the one we're on now. Yeah.
Do you want to go back to your own time?
Even if I did, there's no one waiting for me. Besides, I don't even
Looked
know if
very
it's
much
possible.
like Titus there for a second.
Titus,
What are you going to do?
according to
I'm not sure.
all of the
First, I
fighting
hope you track
Final
down
Fantasy
some
games, which I forget their name.
This guy.
things I'm
Yeah,
looking for,
no,
too.
it's not Disgaea.
Dissidia.
Dissidia. Disgaea is a different franchise. A tactical RPG franchise. I've
Although
never
many,
played a
many hours
Disgaea.
many hours are required to
Yeah, it was
complete
Dissidia.
them.
Titus. Yes, that's the more accurate. That's the most accurate.
Why was I chosen to get rid of the bee's nest?
The dichotomy of chat,
Is
Queen.
that the artifact?
Someone being
This is
helpful and
Lightning's
someone
knife.
mentioning
I
Tid.
keep it in my room, but
The dichotomy
man.
of chat.
here.
I could go for some chat right now.
I had always been intrigued by Disgaea, but I've never actually picked up one.
Look there.
Oh, that's right. Saz's kid.
Snow!
Oh, hi, Troy Baker.
Come on.
We can be both depending on the moods. That's also fair. Chat can be helpful and Tid.
It's her knife. I found it near the base of the pillar.
Oh, hi, Juice.
Snow.
Thanks for stopping by.
Sarah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Sarah's
She must be
boyfriend,
inside
Troy
the pillar.
Baker.
Lightning's holding up Cocoon, along with the native flame.
Wait, what are you talking about? She was right here a second ago.
I saw her. We talked. She gave us her blessing. I won't forget that moment. Lightning was happy. Happy that Snow and I were getting married. She laughed and said congrats. But then, all of a sudden, Lightning disappeared. She was gone, like she was never there to begin with. No one else remembered her smiling and laughing. No one but me.
All your friends think your sister is inside that pillar.
I was scared. People said I was dreaming. They said I was just making up stories so that I didn't have to face the truth.
Listen, Sarah. Your memories are the truth.
What?
Lightning is alive. The question is, why are you the only one who remembers?
This exit music is so intense in the combat.
I can see through time.
You're talking about another possibility, a world that might have been.
Does such a world exist? A place
Can
where
you
we
see my
still alive?
past?
Was it a dream? Was it for real?
The knife looks like it's
Or
been
not?
polished.
Maybe someone was cleaning it.
How is my hair?
I don't think this is over. Let's keep looking.
Ah, you son of a bitch. Get up there. God. It's actually quite good battle music, though.
Not when you like finish though, and it's like or something. I don't know.
Dang, I forget. There's a way you can
5-star,
execute
baby.
partial ATB gauges. I think it's with triangle.
I'm glad there wasn't
Think
too
it's
much
with
damage done.
Test that too, because that would be useful. Because it is annoying having to use the full thing.
Oh, flower slugs.
You are accurate. It is triangle. Good job. And I was saying it was annoying because I was like using one extra Ravager ability to like stagger when I could be switching over to damaging if I didn't have to use the HP. So I wasn't being facetious in my statement. You really did help me, Tom. How can I ever thank you for making me slightly more efficient?
By continuing this stream when parts of you are screaming, "Stop playing this game."
It's a lot of me, actually. I mean, the combat is actually quite good.
Yeah.
Like,
as I'm getting
compared-
more accustomed to it, it's just like, oh, okay, we're doing this.
yeah, compared to the first game, I think it's much better. And also, like, just having a better understanding of what the stagger gauge is even supposed to be, and how that kind of works, I think definitely helps. Because, like, obviously, like, 7 Remake uses a stagger gauge in a very similar way.
Yeah.
I kind of feel bad.
Be sassy.
Apparently, this kid is the key to the time gate for some reason.
Artifacts? What do you mean?
No, we're doubling down. All right. Try being nice.
You done running, kid?
There, now we've got you.
I have you now.
Miss Farron?
Really?
What would my approach to talk to him? Promise I won't get angry, I guess.
Why did you run away? I promise I won't get mad if you tell me.
You're catching up with me because that was the right answer.
You say you won't get mad at me, but I can't
can't tell you. I don't want to get yelled at.
The kid was trying to get away from Mackie. I bet you anything he was up to no good.
Started making trouble in his neighborhood. Start with it ready.
That's about enough. Tell me what you did right this instant.
Yes.
Please don't yell at me, please.
Hey, why don't you find out what he did first before laying into him?
Oh my god. Being peaceful wasn't right. Being too angry wasn't right. I felt the ease would even things out before I got angry.
You were running from Mackie, weren't you? Did you do something you weren't supposed to?
I was watching him work on the robots, and then I saw it, and I just...
Good friend.
I know, Queen. I was just sassing the game because there's, to be honest, very little reason to have dialogue options in this game.
Especially when they force you to pick one option.
I hope you're not misbehaving. It makes me sad when my students don't behave.
Oh, now we're doing the disappointed option.
Guess I'll own up. The truth is, I sold something for
You still working on that one?
Yeah, because apparently there's only one right answer.
That's accurate. There's only one right answer.
It belongs to you, doesn't it?
Gasp.
That was the last time.
What kind of passive-aggressive bullshit? Listen, it worked.
What was this anyway?
Unfortunately, it worked.
That belongs to Mackie, doesn't it?
Much to
No,
my
it's
chagrin,
mine.
considering passive-aggressiveness was
Of a promise a good friend
all
made.
that I grew up in, and it's very frustrating. And I do everything I can to not be passive-aggressive because I was tired of dealing with it growing
I
up.
believe you. Your sister's alive. She's out there somewhere.
Sorry, Tom.
Thank you, Snow.
No, that's the that's the Wisconsin way.
Not wrong.
And in part why I have no pride regarding exactly where I grew up.
It'll be with lightning. Then there's no way she can say no to us getting married.
In part because
I like
I'm not a
cheese.
prideful person.
I like cheese.
Okay.
That's about the only reason I like the state.
The last time I saw Snow.
Really like cheese.
Standing on the plain beneath Cocoon.
Yeah, where am I going?
I will
Back to
gladly
town now?
I will gladly take blunt over passive aggressiveness.
I mean, same, but I'm a very blunt person if that's not
And doing nothing.
clear.
Lightning and snow are long gone, but you still
It's
sit here
also
and wait.
one of the many things that I like about K-Mac is that she can be very direct and also very sassy, and I appreciate both. I have faith in Snow, I guess. I don't.
I have faith in
I'm not
Snow.
paying attention to the
He's
story.
a hero after all.
And has that faith been enough?
Joe kept looking for lightning, even though everybody else thought she was crazy.
Do you think I know that?
That's the most important part of that whole thing, I think.
Sorry,
Probably.
I shouldn't have said that. But you tell me, what good is a hero if he's never around?
5 free potion my way. What? I seem pretty sharp to you. What? Thanks, Basil.
What was I doing? Do I go home or progress onward? I'm gonna progress onward, because why? Wait, no, I can't. No, I'm going backwards. Shit.
You gotta go back. Maybe the artifact is here. Hey, chat. I bet you the artifact was the journey along the way all along. That's how time travel works, right, Tom?
ASM SAR. This is what we just got. What? Apparently you can only equip one of each accessory to a party member.
Wow, Moogles really do it.
You get fix it, yeah.
I'm just gonna ignore that fight. Whew. Now I remember why.
Are you losing your touch, Mog?
It's not his fault. Come on, let's head back.
I didn't realize that the PC version of this game ran so much smoother.
Oh, do you have the PC version?
No, but I think that's what all the speedrunners run on.
Probably. I haven't been noticing anything significant, but also like I'm on like a really shitty flat panel, so the TV might eat some of the garbage, if that makes sense, right?
It has been just a very inconsistent frame rate.
You're not wrong, Elo.
20 to 30 and shifting back and forth on a lot of different factors.
No, instead, my things are showing up in places they shouldn't be.
I wonder if someone's trying to mess with us.
I doubt it. No one here would do something like that.
It's Time Wizard Hope.
I guess
It's
not.
all of his fault.
Unless they think they're doing the right thing.
It might not be a person at all. I mean, with time and space being warped everywhere, anything could happen, really.
Right. And that's how your things ended up out here? It's not a bad theory. Okay, so maybe we should ask if anyone else is missing stuff.
Let's head to the house and find out.
Okay, Sora.
Can we mod the game real quick and change Noel's name to Sora?
Hey, check it out.
And take a bunch of clips from Kingdom Hearts games of characters saying Sora and clip those in whenever they're supposed to say Noel.
This does feel like a Kingdom Hearts game.
Suddenly,
though, the more I'm
Sora.
thinking about
Or,
this.
suddenly, Sarah is just goofy for a second. What do you think of this, Sora?
This is an artifact.
So good. Oh man.
Artifact. Just as Noel said.
We're gonna go on a hard unlocking spree, chat.
Better idea. Mod Sarah into Goofy.
Meet Lightning in Valhalla?
Right.
Maybe.
If there's a scene where they kiss later, that'd be really, really interesting.
I'll be leaving my friends, my students, and the village for who knows how long. Can you tell me, Lightning? Do I dare believe this man?
This looks like a great. I can't do a Donald voice. I was gonna try and do a Donald
Head
voice.
for the gate.
But this looks like a good spot for ingredients.
Well, the mirror must have belonged to someone else.
That sounded a bit like
Wherever it came from, it didn't belong here.
some
this time.
sort of wacky jester character. I don't remember.
Yeah.
A little bit too much tongue in that voice.
Open that gate.
We got another 5-star,
So hide
baby! I never checked to see what achievement I got that you missed, though. Probably do that some point.
I'm not gonna be checking the trophies.
Alright. You don't want to get platinum on this?
No, I'm too busy worrying about Yakuza Like a Dragon probably being my 100th
Right. The game
platinum.
is so good. Why are we playing that?
Because I'm in post game, and you're
That's true.
halfway through the
Got
game,
7.
ish,
Yeah.
somewhere.
If that, yeah. I'm trying to find him right now before the assassins find him. Also, spoilers for
You learned
a game that's been out for
some
like 2
truth.
years. So
Yakuza Like a Dragon
Well-
came out like 6 months ago. It's the end of
Did it?
end of 2020. Is Yakuza Like a Dragon?
Sure.
No, all right. Well, I'm playing the PS5 version.
Yeah, you have no loads.
No, it's fun. Like I saw one loading screen at one point, and there's like the really cool 16-bit art. I'm like, oh, that's so cool. And I'm like, wait, I never see that because I'm playing PS5.
I see it a lot.
Ah! They're so good. I love the Dragon Quest series. It's got such a special place in my heart. I've talked about that a lot in the stream before. And I'm loving all the little nods to it in Like a Dragon. Every time there's one, I'm like, oh, did you see that?
There's nods to multiple RPGs.
Oh yeah. But like when very, very, very early on, right when they're like, when I was sitting at this place and they didn't have me doing much there, I spent a lot of time playing Dragon Quest instead of like doing anything else. And I'm like, they said the thing.
Yeah, it literally talked about Ichi's loved the hell out of Dragon Quest.
Right. And stuff like the way the job system is handled is very much like Jack of all trades from Dragon Quest.
The gate is where the meteorite fell. So we should head towards Cocoon, right?
Oh.
You know, it must be
I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying the heck out of that game. I do need to change people's jobs more though to get their base stats up more.
It helps
it's a way to hack the game.
Bit.
Yeah.
It's not huge, but it's helpful.
No, but it's like that's the kind of stuff you can do to give yourself an edge in like even Dragon Quest games as well.
Mm-hmm.
Which I know you're not the biggest Dragon Quest.
I haven't played any.
Yeah.
At some point in time, I'll play one.
They're
probably Dragon Quest 11, if any.
I mean, I really liked 11. 11's also a pretty good place to enter into like the timeline, I guess, for lack of a better word. Like Dragon Quest games have the same sort of thing that Final Fantasy games have, where like you don't really need to have played the ones around it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But more Dragon Quest games connect to other Dragon Quest games than like Final Fantasy games do. And I don't want to spoil kind of how those connections work because some of it's kind of neat. But like you don't need to have played another Dragon Quest game to understand where the new one is coming from that you're playing. Basically, they are very self-contained stories.
Understand?
Oh, hello. Okay, music.
I should pay attention to my health more sometimes.
Everything's been off for the past 3 years. Ever since lightning disappeared.
Nearly died because I wasn't paying attention in the last fight. It's fine.
She's in Valhalla. I'll take you to.
Ooh.
But yeah, with Yakuza Like a Dragon, like I finished that yesterday. I mean, technically this morning at like 3 a.m. But it's in my favorite games of all time.
Good. I'm happy to hear it.
It's so exceptional. There's things I may have wanted changed of it, but nothing huge.
Goofing up! I'm goofing up! Ah! Okay. There we go. We're so close. Start a battle. Finish it. Okay, good. Oh, that was so close. 4-star. Hooray! Bye, Cogsworth. Holy shit.
Alright, we got this. I'll just eat that, it's fine.
Find the boss again.
Yep. This OST though, what the hell?
No, right? That's what I was geeking out about over here.
It's like freaking Metal Gear Solid Revengeance over here.
Oh, I still have to play that. I might chat that too. It's really gonna be fun as I'm gonna call that stream Metal Gear Solid Revengeance Return of Metal Gear.
Metal Gear
July?
13-2.
Yeah, basically.
Chocobo!
I can't wait to play that though. That one politician looks amazing in that game.
It's all you can do is ride it. Neat.
But it said something about there are areas you can go in it that
did they
you can't get to elsewhere. I thought, isn't that what the last dialogue said in there? I skimmed it real quick. Okay, well, there's nothing immediately in this crater, so I'm getting off the chocobo and hopping in the gate. Lock it.
I have so many iron bangles.
I haven't even looked at my artifacts or any of my items. I know there are DLC weapons that are apparently pretty okay. Not end game, but 75% of the game weapons that would make everything trivial, basically. I was considering asking you hey Tom, is it against the rules to buy the DLC, or are you gonna buy the DLC, or what's your plans with the DLC? And then I was like,
I'm not.
Tom's not gonna buy the DLC. He's not gonna put more money into their pockets for this game.
And you're right.
Not a fear you had. I am considering it for the chapter that apparently has the true ending, but obviously we're not getting to any of the endings tonight. So if and when I buy the DLC, it'll be later.
Do I want fire or do I want power chain? I don't know what power chain does. No, let's just go for fire. No! I don't have enough. Oh, huh? Okay, you get enough, and apparently the Crystarium expands, and you just get a selection from a boost. Or for a boost. Accessory capacity. Increase ATP gauge. Interesting. Roll bonuses. No. Saboteur or ATB gauge? Let's do ATB gauge to start.
Sorry.
Okay, I need to build up null for that. Synergist. No, let's just increase ATB for both to start. I'd rather get these initial rolls further before getting new ones. So I want Noel to have launch, because launch is stupid and slightly broken. Because launch is an ability when the enemy is staggered. It's a commando ability that will take a staggered enemy and kick them into the air where they can't do anything so long as you keep hitting them.
Oh my god. Okay, that does sound good.
So you just lay into them and try to stagger your different team members' attacks so that it just keeps them in the air the entire time.
What? Fuck? What? The fuck is happening? I'm so confused.
Noel, where did you get a chocobo? There was only one. I like the jazzy drums when you're on the chocobo, though.
Oh man, I just realized we're going back to the future right now. Fucking Noel.
All right, I got it.
At least they had a DeLorean in that movie. All we got is a time tunnel.
I was too busy listening to chocobo jazz.
You know, once we go through, there might be no coming back.
Should probably continue with the game.
No, I have to do the Crystarium stuff too and quick items at some point. Okay.
It's not a dream or a
So,
lie. I know my sister is alive out there.
that's it. That's all we go.
I'm sorry
Here?
I doubted you.
Okay. Can I save? I haven't saved yet.
I think the game auto saves every now and again.
Yeah, I'm gonna lay down a real save though.
In me. Now it's my turn to do the same for you. I've made up my mind. You and I, we go together.
I won't let you down. We'll find Valhalla, I promise.
I promise.
Oh, good.
So,
flashing lights warning or traveling through time? Apparently, maybe. I don't know.
There's no need. We already have, sort of.
Okay, so I can read Coswell's messages because I don't want to like make Tom get spoiled earlier. But some people are fairly speaking artifiction, but not Sargato. He's just spitting pure artifact.
Excellent.
Get it?
I do.
Someone gave him a good brushing.
Coswell, you're clever.
hey.
Why don't you guys go fess up?
What?
Go on. You too.
Hey, Sarah. I figured no way you're leaving the pendant behind. So I made a chain, you know, so you wouldn't lose it.
What's going on?
Is alive out there. Wouldn't want her getting mad over a poorly maintained weapon. You know her.
If you leave, someone's got to pick up the slack looking after Snow. So I volunteered myself.
Thanks, guys. It's time for me to go. I don't know what's waiting out there in the future between worlds, but I want to see lightning so much. If there's any chance at all, I want to take it.
You can go, but you have to come back in one
LeBro's
piece.
outfit seems
Promise?
very uncomfortable.
I promise. If I believe, maybe a miracle will happen.
The future won't change until you make the first step.
You know what you're doing, right?
Well, I can't say that I do. This is the first time I've opened a gate myself. Guess we'll just have to find out.
Hey, what about Sarah?
I'll protect her. I promise you. I vow never to let her come to harm.
Gadog.
But
Trust
Hold
me,
true to that,
for
Sora.
Sarah's sake.
And then you got Mickey over here like, hot dog.
No, that's Sonic.
No, Sonic would be chili dog. Gotta go fast.
Looks like the future
Uh-huh.
starts now.
That's Sonic, right?
No, that's Mickey. God damn it.
Convenient.
Gotta
The
get
time
spooky around here.
gate only has a certain limited range that only picked up the characters right there, not the characters literally 2 feet away from them.
What? Okay, no, then let's do that. Fuck. Jesus, game. Gotta give me a little more heads up. We're about to enter a fight. For fuck's sake.
You believed in a future you could not see.
Heads up. There's a fight pretty much as soon as you get to the gate.
I will keep fighting here.
Hooray.
At the end of the world.
Oh, good. More tutorial.
So our game's over at that fight.
I believe in you.
Oh, hi.
Sarah.
Edgelord
Okay.
McGee, what are you doing in our timeline?
Alright. This music's good too. What the fuck?
It's the story of Crux.
And I wanted to be able to equip stuff, but Gabe, you put me right into a fight.
So this is how you were able to travel backwards from the future?
Can we do that?
Right. We just
Can.
floated through
Cool.
this nowhere space. And now it's your turn.
I like these powerful trumpet parts that are coming in random points in the song.
Going for it. Oh shit! Cinematic action.
Okay, yeah, there we go. This is where the non-linearity comes into play.
What's that?
Just this crux.
Oh, you're still looking at the stuff.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm fighting a boss. Apparently.
Because yeah, this
It's not going
is
so hot.
apparently you find different fragments in each of these things, and the fragments open up different time parts. So now
Correct.
we're just
And if we already...
apparently I only got 2 of the 4 fragments in the first part. Whoops.
I mean, same.
There's probably you probably have to go back to some at some point in time or things like
I'm
that.
assuming
But
it's such.
Rejecting the easy path, humanity has chosen
Okay.
a society based on human technology.
Thanks, game.
Rather than relying on the Fal'Cie. A provisional government has replaced the Sanctum, and a scientific organization.
Apparently,
the Academy.
don't waste your time trying to stagger it. Just win the QTE. That's my pro tip to you.
I'm fine with non-linearity. I just have a feeling that the story's so just out there that it doesn't really matter.
So the one person that I watched play through this did buy all the DLC for it when they played through on their like first time, and like they had access to like 5 places from the DLC right off the bat the first time they did a time jump. So at least with non-linear storytelling, makes it easy to incorporate your DLC.
Yeah.
As we carry pains that cannot be changed, our hearts grow bitter with regret. And you, my dear Sarah, will you encounter your past here?
Cinematic action time.
How will you choose to deal
What the fuck am I doing?
Is she a soldier? That armor doesn't
Lightning
protect
was.
anything.
Lightning was.
No, I saw a random
Oh, the
random male soldiers, and then the female soldiers wearing significantly less.
Right, they're like Albed or whatever, basically, or the equivalent of them in this universe. Not the Albed. They're the like faithful to like the Fal'Cie, right?
I don't remember.
They're part of the church, if I recall.
I didn't remember there being a church. Or 13.
Wow. So this is how Cocoon looks from the inside.
That's right, I forgot. This is your first time here.
Yep.
Cool.
Oh, it's in a comment.
Our boss fights
Why
a
is-
giant hand.
Yeah. Why is lightning the narrator?
Lightning exists in all times, apparently.
Kind of. No, I'm not moving yet. I'm gonna equip my stuff. Yeah, I got another achievement, by the way.
Yeah, and not looking to shake hands, I'm guessing.
Why did you try to block that? It's 20 times your size, Noel. That is a very awkward stance to hold a bow. That feels very uncomfortable.
Okay.
Wounding attacks. Reduces max HP. Uh-oh. Alright, well, it's not gaining any stagger, so just double trouble, it's fine.
Okay, can I talk to you? Okay.
Oh, now we stagger. That's convenient. You bought the invisible part.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Can we leave?
Time to take it down. Hit, please. Oops, and then I skipped the ending screen. It's fine.
Hostile located. Engage at will. Paradox effect confirmed. Targeting Atlas.
Perfect cinematic action. Why is this OST so good and still feel out of place? Revengeance's vocals coming in fits so well, and coming in here is just like seems it's so good, but it just like doesn't feel like it's fitting what's happening.
That was exciting.
God.
It's over.
Good.
It's the army.
Friends of yours?
They're our friends. They're pointing guns at us. Oh, cool. We get to walk with our hands behind our backs.
Don't
Why do
forget
we
to
walk
turn around
faster
and get a
than
really
them?
good look at those titties, you know?
The what?
Don't forget to get her to turn
No,
around
what?
so you can take a really good look at this.
No.
Give chat what they want, Tom.
No. You think I stream to give chat what they want?
We're being treated like criminals, but it's just a misunderstanding.
You need, in order to be a professional streamer, you need to
And smile.
just completely ignore chat and give them nothing. If I've learned anything.
Cool. I can use my equipment again. We just optimize. You'll be magic oriented. Oh look, they equipped the same artifact. Accessory. Okay, whatever.
What if we want his time with you? Then what are you going to do? Shit, I can't really stop that, can I?
What's up?
Don't stop. Never stop.
What is this paradox effect?
Remember the weirdness near your village when a meteorite fell? Probably the same kind of thing.
Banded?
Excuse me, can you let us out, please?
Shit, you unlock new roles? This? Oh my god.
Mm-hmm. I'm hungry. Can you get us some food?
When do we eat?
Think this is some kind of joke, hotshot?
Yes.
Hey, Noli.
Come and open the door and show me what's up.
You two came up on the ground.
The grand what?
Let's max out your commando, I guess, if Tom is right about this.
Talking about the elevator that's supposed to connect Cocoon.
I just wanted launch.
But it's still being built.
I know.
It's going to be
Working on
finished
it.
next year.
You're confused, miss. It was done last year.
Last year?
When do I get launched?
Could my memory be messed up somehow?
Okay, Sarah, let me explain. The elevator that was under construction in your time is up and running, which means this must be the world of the future. Got it?
Oh, hey, kawaii, squish, squish.
Oh. Okay, she's not just a regular soldier. Okay. She's a named
Thanks,
NPC.
Gillis.
You know them?
Is that the Sydney? Her face is a little Sydney-like in FF15.
Just give it a second. You'll see.
Oh, it's just Alyssa. That's a very plain name.
Yeah.
I was showing them around and forgot to give them their communicators.
Back up a second. These guys,
Give me the time box.
servers, are VIPs?
We're VIBs, yes. Can you let us out now?
I hope we can forget about
You making a boob joke?
No. I was just making a Renane joke. Because the
But
devs
they're
of
very
Renane put Barry into the game as a VIB.
Strange
But they're a very important pair.
Unfamiliar faces and uncertain
You're the one
future.
making... you're just...
They speak of
You're all
anomalies,
Tid today, aren't you,
a
sir?
strange energy that warps time
Apparently.
itself.
I was hanging out with deer a lot earlier today.
Fair.
It may have affected my boob ratio.
They call this phenomenon the paradox effect.
Oh, it was good though. It was nice to like be able to like be in a call with deer because normally I don't get to hang out with them like that. So my responses and jokes were much more timely rather than having to wait for chat delay to get them across.
Chat
But I
delay
have a
makes
couple
jokes
good Pokemon.
perfect, though.
Sometimes.
Right this way, please.
Thank you for your help. I was just wondering, have we met before?
Oh.
Okay, I think I've sufficiently searched for everything.
Server nonsense back there.
I found one normal chest and one time chest. So, just a heads up to you when you're. I'm assuming you're gonna walk around before going straight to the objective when you have to.
So what's your story?
Oh, I found a third one.
An academy trainee. And this is where I'm going to make my big discovery.
Give me those normal chests.
What do you want with us?
Give me those normal chests.
I'm not
Who the fuck are you?
yet. You'll just have to trust me.
Oh my god.
What? What did you do? Also,
Why is
don't
this not an NPC that's in every game?
Oh, I'm starting to hear fireworks.
You'll need an ID to travel any further into the ruins.
Holy
Here,
shit.
Take this communicator and keep it with you at all times.
If there's rain on the
Holy
camera, that
shit.
makes you in there.
So I'm curious.
Yeah?
I am so happy right now. We can afford both of these. All right, let's buy these both
I
then.
saw how you got here through that thing.
I found a vendor, and I feel like it's a damn shame that this vendor is not in every single game.
What do you buy?
They are amazing. Holy shit. I don't want to spoil it for you, so when you see them, which I'm sure you will know what I'm talking about when you do. Okay, so let's get one of those.
Nah, Riza won't bark at fireworks. Riza will come over here and hide because she doesn't like the loud noises.
But with Atlas throwing his weight
What's
around,
Imperil do?
ruins
Is
will
that
be closed
bad?
off,
Sounds
and there
bad.
goes the chance to get your answers.
Okay,
I think
literally spent
Imperil
every
makes
single
the
dollar.
enemy weak to an element.
Oh my god, and also, like, hey, my chat, look at those, you know, Blonde Dung Donkaroo. Anyway.
You are all tid today.
Apparently. I did get to hang out with some of my friends today, which was definitely nice.
Now I can control who I'm
Oh,
playing
I see.
as.
Okay,
I
so
gotta
you
keep
have-
playing as Sarah.
You have so many accessory slots, so, like, you can equip a bunch more, but there's, like, a total. Like, you have a value, and you can't exceed that value. to equip
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
So I did not understand that.
Can I not open this?
So
It's
you-
clearly a treasure chest. It's clearly a treasure chest here. Why can't I open it?
Which one you're looking at? The invisible one?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you have to do it some sort of time thing.
Mm.
You have to talk to the Moogle, maybe? A little Moogle?
Moogle's glowing at it, and
Guess there's
nothing
the ability we
happening.
need that- look at that.
Do I have?
Keep it with you at all times, chat.
Okay, that's good. Yes. Give me fire.
I do like the splash effect of the camera, though.
I think it's weird, to be honest.
Right.
It's because it doesn't really line up with anything.
Fair enough.
It's not the type of camera where you're just like, oh, it's in the real world. Makes it so believable. I'm like, nah, the angle the camera's in, that lens would not be getting wet.
I love when the blood from your body is in your eyeballs. That
Yeah.
shows that you're really hurt, and then it starts to heal, and the blood in your eyeballs goes away, right?
Oh, well, I found the shop.
Welcome, get your traveling products here at Chocolina's Emporium. The beauty's all mine, but the products...
Why is this not a reoccurring character in the Final
This
Fantasy
might
lore?
be a once-in-a-lifetime Choco-amazing opportunity, so don't miss out.
Hi there. I'm a little overwhelmed and slightly confused, to be honest. So you run a
Yeah.
shop?
She cute, and also like, oh, what? Yeah, her outfit would best be described as loud.
Yes, it would be loud. I agree.
Yeah, equipment cost, yada yada.
Oh, I didn't equip the new weapons I got. Oops. Should probably do that.
Oh wow, that's significant increase. Yes, please. Oh wait, unless. Okay, I can't. Yeah, just. Resistances I don't need. I don't think I need Gaisha greens. Oh, interesting. Wound potions.
He just said
heal
handy
your
dandy.
maximum HP stuff.
Oh, okay.
Curses.
So if you get wounded. Got it.
Yeah.
Oh my god, this guitar riff.
It's It's just riff. R-I-F-F. Rift means something something that has been torn.
I apologize, Tom.
It's fine. I was just like, wait, hold on. That's not what that word means.
No, I meant riff. You're right.
The gear we're using is old, but with
Drop the T. To be fair, though, I was talking about, What is this stuff?
Interesting. I'm curious if that actually changes her attack patterns, because that's like kind of more of a sword for Sarah rather than it's a sword for Sarah rather than a bow. I'm sure it'll probably just like spring out bow arms and work as a bow, but curious. Cube.
Dun, dun, dun,
A what?
Dun, dun, dun.
A leaving gate seal? What does that mean?
All right, let's take the tutorial chat.
Closes gates in the following location. What? I got an item that closes a gate in the original part we were in. Not the timeline I'm currently in. Interesting.
This looks fine to me.
Can I jump in the hands?
We scientists don't even know how to wield a weapon. But I guess we'll have to learn how to take care of ourselves.
Heck. Yeah, that doesn't sound too grand. MD. We take it easy, relax. Drink plenty of water. And hopefully that tones it down a bit.
Did you hear about the new head of the investigation? Okay, listen to this. Apparently, it's someone
Okay,
Alyssa's age.
okay.
You're kidding! What are they? Some kind of genius? Well, they probably are. The Academy must have seen their potential right away.
My God.
Focus on theories.
The gossip.
So, the monsters are
Okay, I think I understand.
Why did you offer to stop the giant?
Because we can't let Atlas shut this place down. We need to search the ruins. There might be other gates we can use.
Like the gate to Valhalla?
Exactly. And how can I take you to light?
Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Right. We'll do it your way.
Hey, Tom, just guess
Was
what I
that a
just
cat in a jar as an enemy?
That's a key
What
set.
the hell? Ah. Zwerg Scandroid. Paradigm Pack.
What? The monster turned into crystal.
A crystal? There's never been crystals in Final Fantasies before.
What do you know? It talks.
Wait, what do you mean? untamed?
Your power over monsters, Kupo.
Over monsters?
Now that you mention it, Lightning had monsters fighting with her in battle.
You can do the same, Kupo.
Okay. This power, can you show me how it works? I want to learn how to protect myself. Might as well start now.
Kupo?
Monster Crystal. And the thing that's neat about these is that it's like they're attached to your paradigms, so you can swap them in and out between paradigms, which is really neat. So it's like you have a rotating third-party member.
Super hype.
Oh, okay. So you can have 3 in your paradigm pack, and then they rotate. Okay. I thought it was more freeform than that, but
I mean, like, if you only have 5 paradigm slots, right? 3 extra characters still gives you a lot of diversity. Although I definitely think that there are probably, like, best in slot. Whoops, I did that.
Feral Link. Oh, in case it's a healer.
Yeah, so it's like, well, out of these options, the fact that I don't even have anybody that can heal yet.
Special attack in order to unleash this ability, add a monster to your party and watch the Feral Link gauge fill as the fight progresses. Use items on them to increase the recharge rate of it.
Another crystal. That just happened.
Oh, and then you can.
Ravengers, though.
Mastering Feral Links will prove advantageous in battle. Try out different monsters and their special attacks and form an unbeatable battle strategy. Interesting.
Right. James will come across the treasure sphere out of time with you. Press R1 and ask Moogle to do his thing. All right. Hey, Kupo! Fix it! Thanks, buddy. Now we gotta go back downstairs and do it there, though, because, you know, we saw one down there. So why couldn't you have given us that ability before when we ran into that one, huh? Mog, are you kind of a dipshit? Mog said yes, chat. I understand, Moogles.
Okay. Let's do that. Top 3 are all attack. Bottom 3 are all defense. That'll work, probably.
That's what I have right now, too, basically. I should probably change this to diversity as my main one, because I'm primarily trying to build up stagger and then take down bigger guys.
You can put an adornment on them. I can throw a gear on the back of this one, because why not?
What does an adornment do?
It didn't look like it did anything. It looked like it was just aesthetics.
A cosmetic thing? Okay.
Just like, neat, sure. How do I get up there? Dang it, map, you can't just show me that a place is traversable and then have me not be able to jump into it. I'm honestly getting tempted to buy this OST. Even though I probably won't ever finish this game.
Yeah, right.
But the OST is actually quite good.
Hey, Mog, do your shit over here. Thanks, boss. All right, back upstairs. But yeah, so if I had another one though, okay, so let's do this here. And let's activate this also. Right. There we go. Cool.
A droplet? All of the monster's attributes. This increases all the biological monster's attributes. What? Can I just put this in fusion? No. Apparently those... I'm sure it'll teach me at some point. Game does a lot of teaching.
Figures.
And we need an artifact to open it, right?
Right. Key.
And if it doesn't...
Oh dang, this girl gets around.
Have you seen that big old giant? Where'd he come from? Someone sure
Tocolin.
wasted their time and hard-earned money making something that big. I don't like seeing materials go to waste like that, but hey, what can I do? I can open up my shop. That's what I can do.
So if I have multiples of a single monster, how do I fuse them? Fusion.
Ha!
You know I'm counting on you.
What do you see,
I'm
Kupo?
sorry. Clearly, this is the best thing in the entire game.
No, we're okay. Thank you.
Okolina is my favorite character ever. Because it's so ridiculously stupid.
Actually, let's... Actually, no, it's fine.
This guy is amazing. 10
Hi,
out of
Chen.
10.
Thanks for
Listen to that
stopping
guy.
by.
Chen!
So
Sometimes I miss Chen.
Chen is cute. I concur. Also, Chen is delightful.
They're all true statements.
Man, all the fireworks are happening. Reese is doing well with it so far. I don't know what to do with these invisible chests. I found another one.
Should have been a tutorial. Did you skip it?
I never got a tutorial.
If you went to the one by Chocolina on the second time you see her, you should have got a thing that explained how to deal with those chests.
Then I should maybe go back to Chocolina number 2.
Think so, yeah. It's kind of weird. That's missable though. It means you can go through the whole game with a bunch of invisible chests, being like, "What the hell? What are you gonna teach me how to deal with these? Like, what the?"
New
5 stars. Everybody loves when you get 5 stars.
Garchomacera, which is a different kind of Ravager. Much more powerful Ravager at that, actually. Much more magically oriented.
Wait, who'd you get that's way more magical?
The Garchomacera.
Not one of those yet. I'll take a look here in a second.
All right, back to Chocolina.
Oh, I just have the Gremlin. That's my other Ravager, and they literally have the exact same stats.
I don't have a Gremlin yet. If I were an invisible chest. Oh. No, that wasn't it.
It's kind of in the corner near where Chocolina is. Should be like a guard kind of like looking there.
Second Chocolina or third Chocolina?
There used to be a chest here. Second.
Oh, okay, there it is.
I didn't know there was a third Chocolina.
No, I found the guy. But he's not looking at a chest that I could see. Oh, that's a different thing than I was seeing. Press R1 to work the magic.
There you go.
Sweet.
Hey, 2 cans of soda. How you doing? Thanks for
Only
stopping
2
by.
cans. Thanks for stopping by. All right, I should go back and get that other chest that I saw.
Good work, everyone.
Oh, it looks like Riza went into hiding. Riza.
Oh no.
Oh, never mind. She's right next to me. I was just like, where did she go? Oh, she's literally sitting behind me. It's okay, puppy. It's okay. I know. Big mean fireworks won't get you, Riza. It's okay. Good night, Red. Thanks for stopping. Really wish there were a sprint button.
Oh. Wow, there's some existential crises going on over here. And not just my own this time.
This time?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay, puppy. You can rest here. You'll be fine by me. Yeah, you'll be fine by me.
We're all there.
Wild. Okay, so that just opens up gates. Duly noted. What else? Okay, that's fine. So I can activate that gate that's right there? I suppose I can. It's not where it's telling me to do anything, but I can. Oops. Didn't mean to tell Mog to do a thing.
On the side mission. Okay.
What the?
Yeah, it definitely seems like the part that things will like spread out potentially. I do like that the random encounters are effectively like stuff popping out of the timeline at you. I think that's really neat. It's a good way to use the time thing to like explain the nature of it, right? That's positive. I wish the story they're trying to tell wasn't so goddamn convoluted, though.
A gremlin? What? How are you different? Oh, I think there's different rarities of some of the enemies.
I got another achievement, by the way. This one was silver. Or trophy, whatever.
What about Alyssa? Sarah, you should take this more seriously.
She's keeping tabs on us.
Another. Okay, so apparently if you talk to random NPCs, they can give you side quests now.
Interesting. Is there any?
Oi, we urge you wanted side quests. Why won't it let me save?
Okay, Riza, you can rest. Don't worry, it's okay. You're okay, puppy.
Interesting.
That wasn't even a warm-up.
What about this gateway? Can I go to this one yet?
Dang it. Keep wishing there was a fast map button. It's fine.
Right.
The mini map is depressingly small. Hey, Badger. Thanks for
I'm gonna run to the
stopping by.
bathroom quick. I'll be right back.
Go for it. We're just enjoying the nonsense of this game. Enjoying it as also enjoying is a strong word. The story is like impressive how quickly I turned my brain off to the story of this game. Just instantly, like, I have no clue nor desire to really learn what's happening. But the combat system is really neat, and I kind of like just exploring through the nonsense. I've been curious about this, but the story's immediately just bleh. Pretty much.
It's another gate. Are these all linked to different time periods?
First half is just trying to find any leads, so the plot didn't matter yet.
Alyssa, when did these portals first
That's
Alright,
rough.
I'm back.
That's rough to have half of your game be, I don't care what's happening in the story, nor can I really piece it together that well.
Either that or someone's been hiding them.
What are these gates anyway?
Letting save finally, so that's good. I also brought baby carrots back, so you know what to do if I die. Okay?
Don't chew your food, Sar. Paradigm cancels in this. I'm not sure if cancels are there, but I do know that like every 12-ish seconds or so when you change paradigms, you get full ATB. As well as like cutting for boss fights and stuff like that, like cutting your main party leader's ATB in half. So you only use like half of it is really good for keeping enemies staggered for longer and stuff like that. There's a lot of nuance to it that's really neat.
I would agree.
Get him. There's a lot of interesting management that goes in to this combat system. It makes sense that it's not all 100% in your control because, well, you just wouldn't have enough. There's just too much stuff happening at any given time. So lose a little bit of control to gain a lot of speed. And it's more about managing your party and their roles. And some of their, like, starting to learn some of the basics of what their AI will typically do in a given role. To be like, to prep for them doing certain things. Selected more than 12. It's a very different type of system. I like 12 a lot. The story is also pretty meh in 12 to me.
I also really like 12, and I also feel like the story is pretty meh.
But I kind of like be like fully setting up your own AI. And it's for me it didn't really come together until playing the Zodiac Age with Final Fantasy 12. Which was the remake and or the definitive edition basically that like Europe and stuff got.
So like in the original version of 12, every character can basically become the exact same by the end of the game.
Yeah, and that was boring.
And it was like, right, there's no like decision making or any of that kind of stuff that has to happen.
So, then Zodiac Age changed that, as well as like some of those later fights or later and or optional fights where I have my set have my set gambits set up and just being like seeing certain scenarios crop up and being like, oh, okay, I should probably like on the fly swapping some of the gambits is really neat. But the story is pretty blah. And some of the hidden stuff is like hidden behind stuff you would never figure out. Also, it's weird that your first starting character in 12 essentially like just gets the events going and then is out of the way for all of it.
I just got another.
Vaughn is so useless of a character.
Yeah, even from a plot perspective, he doesn't really ever do anything. His arc is really, really non-essential to anything else that happens. Oh my god, each monster has a Crystarium?
Apparently, I literally just saw that.
But that's what the items are used for. I see. I see.
12 FF12 is more fun to think about than to play. That's a fair statement.
I see. Okay, wow.
Oh,
All right.
So I didn't check this in. Just added because Squeenix demanded that the player character be a young anime boy.
Basically.
I can't. That was actually the story of Tidus. Tidus was not intended to be the main character of Final Fantasy X. And then Squeenix is just like, we need a male protagonist. So instead of it just being Yuna, it ended up being Tidus.
So annoying.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I didn't find Tidus to be too particularly frustrating in that game.
No, and Tidus was a good analog for the character or for the player, yeah, because Tidus literally is thrown in here and has no idea what the hell's going on, and neither do you. And it does lead to many good moments of this world. You're like entering into a pre-existing world and they have their own customs and stuff like that. Their own customs and like deliberately hiding stuff from Tidus. Because it's stuff that the expectation is everyone knows this already. It's not something you'd need to tell anyone. Giant drop. Oh! That is, in fact, a giant drop.
Too easy.
I think it's very likely that we have diverged paths.
Probably. I'm doing a lot of searching.
Me too. Oh, is that a firework I heard? Am I the one who is now being the fireworks?
In terms of my favorite Final Fantasy, I'd probably still say it's 9 for me.
It's Atlas.
I think 10 has a lot of nostalgia for me, but I can't really go back and play it just because of so many unskippable cutscenes.
We've detected a large energy surge in the center of the ruins. Another unknown device has appeared.
Did the device appear along with Atlas?
9 I can like go back and play infinitely. Still really enjoy it. Although Final Fantasy VII Remake has that in contention now, because holy fuck, I love Final Fantasy VII Remake so much. That combat system is just mwah.
No regrets, no looking back.
Live in the moment.
I'm all for living in the moment. I'm with you. No regrets.
All right then, let's do it.
We weren't allowed to play the FF as a kid, but Cherry got you interested in tactics. Curious why you weren't able. Were you just not allowed to play video games in general, or your parents were just like, no Final Fantasy in specific, which is an interesting thing.
It'd be really weird to hear because like my parents, like, well, my mom was really into the Final Fantasy series.
My parents didn't want me playing video games like at all. Really? Magic? Okay. So your parents were more of a what's the good descriptor for it? Religious and like the D&D is satanic type. Satanic panic. Hooray. You weren't allowed to watch a lot of Disney princess films? Fundamentalist, yeah, that's maybe a better term for it. Also, hi, Con. Thanks for stopping by. I thought maybe they wouldn't let you watch Disney films just because of what Onsta, or something along the lines of what Onsta said that one time. Just like Onsta watching Disney princesses growing up. She's like, these white people are too happy. It's like the funniest shit that Onsta ever said.
Oh, this is amazing. Yeah, my cat's doing like fireworks. Poor kitty. Okay. I got you.
Now watching Disney princesses might have been for the better. That's fair. I have a difficult time placing like how I may have enjoyed Disney movies growing up, being like looking back on it and being like, that's problematic, the types of lessons they're trying to teach here.
Okay. We're street balance. Okay. Cool. That's really interesting though. So then you're like your like monster companions aren't like leveled traditionally then, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's all basically just the amount of like food you feed them or whatever.
Mm-hmm. I still haven't figured out how to feed them food.
You go into that's when you use their sphere grid or whatever it's called.
Oh, okay.
You use the items to pick what you want them to strengthen in. Having a third thing in the party definitely increases the enjoyment of using this system.
Mm-hmm. I should probably change this up a bit.
Sorry, what?
Oh, interesting. That was... I was just thinking of changing my team layout a bit.
Well, I got a commando now.
I have a commando enemy on my team.
So that definitely gave me a few more options.
Party, customize. I want this to be that. I should probably start. I haven't done that in a while. I don't need the other aura spells. Can get aura in too, so might as well.
Hooray! Trophy.
I haven't gotten any trophy pop-ups. I'm curious if maybe I have those disabled.
This one was for staggering.
Give me a launch. Ah, one away from arrow. Need that. I want you. Oh, well, I maxed out one monster immediately.
Hell yeah.
Gremlin. Probably max out this one too. Oh, I won't be able to max out this one. Jeez. Okay, they increase in cost the more you get them. Duly noted.
Yeah. We're learning.
Holy hell, though. I boosted this one up to level 15. It has 183 magic now.
Holy shit. The gremlin? Okay, I gotta work on that next then.
Let's increase its ATB gauge. Damn. Oh, I got the Nectin. What is the Nectin? Another Ravager. Weak one though. Not gonna bother.
I've got the big wolf guy as mine, or commandos.
Oh, you have a wolf? I have a.
Yeah.
I have a one of those walking mechs.
Oh man, that'd be cool. The wolf does seem very strong though.
Yeah, going down only one tree is super worth most of the time. Yeah, it seems that way.
Yes, I did beat the mini boss. Thank you for noticing.
Big drop. Oh, well, that just killed them. Dang it. I'm getting my camera messed up.
I'm sorry that I'm messing up your camera.
It's fine. Oh, whoops. We triggered a thing. Oh, we died. It's fine.
Killed you.
No, I didn't actually die. The hand came out of nowhere and took us somewhere.
Okay, I'm not there yet, I don't think.
I went a different route and saw a shiny thing, and we walked towards it, and the hand came out and grabbed us. The hand pulled a wall master on us.
Where are we?
A time labyrinth, Kupo.
Okay, you can't just throw out the words time labyrinth. God damn it, game.
No.
We have to figure out the labyrinth and its puzzles before we can get out. Kupo?
Unravel the mystery set forth by the crystals. Will fade into nothing. Okay, so it's a... Wait, anytime you pass through a fade into nothing, you think carefully about the route you must take to collect all the crystals. Okay. What does this do? Can I jump? I can jump. What? So do I have to get rid of them all? If so, then...
Oh, I see. So at level, okay.
No, you just need to get to it.
So
you can collect stuff
like
along the way.
For the monsters, like, you can get their ranks up. But, like, then you need better materials, I think, to level them up in the next tier.
Yeah. Oops.
So that makes sense.
What I get for being greedy. Anomaly resolved.
Oh, I got a hot plate too.
Now you got a hot plate. Although mine maxed out very early. My gremlin apparently needs a crap ton of stuff.
Okay. Keep that in mind.
The machine's working.
We did it.
It does, yeah?
Let's.
Delicate crystal. What'd this do?
Hope this actually lets us control Atlas.
All we can do is
You
pray.
okay, TT? Where? You're
Nice
okay.
work.
You're okay. You're okay.
Hey, we shut it down.
I know you're freaking out because the fireworks. I'm gonna try Patch to calm me down a little bit, okay? Oh, that didn't help.
Calm the kitten.
Then immediately went one off, and he just went, nope! Ran away.
Did something.
Poor kitties. That's the objective. I don't know if I want to go there. Let's go the other way first. Always do the actual objective last, gamers.
Yeah, you were one away from Arrow. That's good. That'll be good. Don't, Queen, don't question it. Need to get this objective. Yeah, just I need to search for the invisible chests. I need to complete the map. I need to fill out my crystallium. It's fine.
No one's hurt, right?
You know what I think? Maybe we're just one of those possibilities, waiting for the box to be opened. And I think this paradox phenomenon is happening because someone in the distant future can't decide whether or not to flip the lid.
Dang it.
Oh, that
Hit the
looks
thing.
like one objective too. Now I gotta. Which one do we go for first, chat? Ah! And the Chocobo lady's here again.
All right. Went fast. Hey, got a new crystal. Ooh, they're a commando. Fine with my others. keep getting my map turned around and I keep running backwards. Nope, we're ignoring it. That literally just fought an enemy right there. What are you doing, Queen? What meme could you have possibly found?
Well, knowing Queen, that's something about VIPs.
Too easy.
If it's the
Probably shouldn't spend all that much extra money on it, but I'm gonna.
You're finally buying the DLC, huh?
No, I'm I'm not that foolish. I was just gonna buy some upgrade materials for my friends.
Oh, I spent a ton on them. My wolf boy is now level 20.
Dang.
There he is. And not looking too happy.
Excellent, Queen. Excellent. Oh shoot, I should probably attack.
It does help. Oh my god, Queen, what the hell? I'm so offended right now. And I'm not even Italian. It is very much the thing that a VIP to do, though. Just saying. So, good news there, Tom. I just got another trophy.
Kitty clock. Okay, well. Get back to attacking. I didn't expect it to have that much HP. Oops. Drop on him. Give him the drop. Bam.
So how do we do?
It's the first time I actually had to deal with the ally dying. Also, if one of your little companions dies, it counts as that entire slot being dead.
I'm on it.
Yeah, I've learned that the hard way already.
Why did you think kicking the giant rock was the correct option?
How did we get here?
No! Look out!
Move!
I think I found his weak spot.
Shoot the
Ready?
shoot the red spot for massive damage.
Now!
Yeah, I didn't deserve 5 stars on that. It's fine.
Whoa! Now what?
Curious what you went off and did. Although you said you had side quests, I haven't been talking to anyone.
Yeah, I fought a mini boss.
Oh.
Down below. But there was a big Lassie guy, or C, whatever they're called. Like zombies from when they fail their objective in the first game.
Neat. I should probably talk to some people on occasion.
This is just. I think there might be
Yeah, like 3 of them gave me side quests, so I haven't been able to find the other answers to the other
That's
one.
why Atlas and these gates are appearing out of nowhere.
Is this why Cocoon has been destroyed in your future?
Huh. I hadn't thought of that possibility. You're saying that I was born in some kind of alternate timeline? If that's true, then is someone trying to destroy the pillar? And is lightning trying to stop them? Alyssa, we took Atlas down. That place you were looking for is right in front of us.
That's great news! I'm on my way!
Hmm. What's this?
There's an epitaph.
It's the thingy from Mass Effect. It's Reaper technology. It's gonna infuse our mind with visions.
May their souls find the path that leads them home.
Cast out. These must be victims of the purge.
This is it! This is the place!
I thought I might be, but that's not my name. Then whose is it?
Poo-poo.
It's my friend's. She died here, running from the purge. And me?
Sar, are you chewing your carrots appropriately?
Yes.
5 years
Good.
ago, the entire town of Bodom.
Which is why I'm not talking so much.
I was there, visiting my friend. Then everything went to hell. We ran and hid with the other fugitives. But just as the troops were pulling out, that's when the ceiling of our hiding place collapsed.
Alyssa is her. That's most of what we know about her. Is that's she.
Ever since then, I've had the same dream. I'm trapped under rubble. It's dark. I'm in pain and I can barely breathe. The next thing I know, I rise out of my body and I'm standing before this grave. And the name written on the stone, it's mine. After seeing that image so many times, I started to think that maybe I did die back then, and the life I'm living now is just an illusion. Alyssa, you feel that way too?
Well, you seem real to me.
She's like Girl Hope if Hope was a good character. Wow.
I guess.
Fair. But also, wow.
Even if they all forget, I never will. Neither will I. I can never.
Is she actually gonna be around in more than just this time zone area.
If I had never become Alyssa, if I had never made those mistakes, then the purge,
I would say
it may never have happened.
don't worry about the what ifs, Sarah, but the
Lightning,
literal definition of
Is
this
there
entire
any way
game
to
is
make up for the suffering we've
traversing
caused?
the what ifs.
Can we ever give back what we've taken?
Hi, Fos. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, Fever Dream would be a good approximation of what I've seen so far. I have tuned out of the story basically entirely. I'm just really enjoying the combat and exploring.
Combat is fun.
Okay then. I think that wraps things up for Alyssa. Now for our little quest.
Also, I just got to the point where she's talking about Schrodinger's cat. So, you know, there's that.
What?
Alyssa's
So you
like,
are farther than I am.
What if we're one of the boxes? No, I'm going to go fight the Atlas guy right now.
Oh, okay. I keep forgetting that you've actually been talking to other people.
Yeah, no,
Mog, you can help? You're a lifesaver.
nothing anybody has specifically said right now that's like super meaningful or anything.
GDQ speedruns of Goose Game are excellent. Or just speedruns of Goose Game are excellent.
Oh yeah, they are very good. I love when they cheese stuff through the waterway. Oh, so
yeah.
good.
And also SGDQ starts tomorrow, so I've got a full week of awesome speedruns and charity to check out.
Hell yeah.
Nice, Mog.
It's clipping all the way down. Sure is for Goose Game. Sure is. Goose Game is just like, you ever have that feeling where you just kind of mash your face into a wall and then eventually you'll just make it through? Yep, that's what you can do in Goose Game.
Yeah, basically.
Oh, we got a lot of Crystarium from that fight, jeez. I don't feel like putting 7 levels into that. Can't just throw out an ability name like Fear Siphon and think I'm not going to go to it. Oh, that's another Crystarium beat. Okay, now... I should probably... do I just go for more ATB, though? I'm tempted to just fill out ATB before even learning any other classes.
Oh yeah, I didn't think about that. That's a good strat, I suppose.
And just kind of use the other allies that I get, or the monsters that I get for those roles. Saboteur would probably be nice, though.
I did unlock that one. I haven't put much into it yet, though.
I'll unlock it. Probably should. Deprotect, deshell. Yeah, those things are basic and also very useful. Alright, no. Let's give you a little bit more capability there. Life Siphon sounds good. Yeah, you won't really get much there. That's fine. We're gonna siphon some life. Synergist. I never. Thanks for stopping by. Heck! My alerts are very loud, apparently. Thank you for the follow as well.
Oh no, the alert.
Secret tech. I don't know what you mean by secret tech, to be honest. Synergy. Probably should do that, but I kind of want life siphon. So alerts are calmly loud, or loudly calm. Should probably do a little bit of the synergist then. Ruin Gut is really strong. That's the secret. Okay, fine. Next 5 levels are gonna go to Commando for Nolan. I don't have any upgrade frontier for Gremlin.
I got a perfect on the ATB. Hooray!
Nice.
Or sorry, ATE.
I think perfect ATE only gives you like aesthetic stuff.
Yeah, well, that's fine.
Where was that closed gate?
Hello, Master
Oh,
Hero.
it's literally on the
Stopping
map.
by. How you doing, buddy? We're Paradox Slayers! Woo!
Ah. Okay, so there it is.
All right, thanks for asking.
Now I found some of the side missions.
One of my men lost. It's a reaction-enhancing substance. The substance was stolen. There's no team. You'll help us search. We're missing 2. They look just like ordinary medicine. If you
Oh, I actually got these capsules.
count our lucky stars, they didn't make when we misplaced the substance. Now it looks like we have a chance to get back.
Unlock all the roles for Nolan Sarah first. I liked having the extra ATB though. Oh. Dang it.
Yeah, the fireworks have my cats kind of freaking out.
It's fine. Not for your kittens.
That'll be okay.
The thing about people thought Commando was underpowered in FF13, but in the speedrun, it's like one of your main tools.
Well, and I mean, the key is you have to.
Yeah, like Commando does more damage than Ravager does. Ravager just builds up the chain a lot. So like in the speedrun of Final Fantasy 13, like everything is like all Commando damage, and it's Saz's Commando that is the most broken. Dang it, stop hitting me, you jerk. Saz's Woods is like broken in the speedrun. Did just say that it was underground. Like I barely used. I didn't understand a lot of the nuance of the battle system when I initially played Final Fantasy 13.
Well, it doesn't explain any of it to you. Doesn't explain its plot, doesn't explain its battle system, doesn't explain. It's like, do what you want, whatever, blah blah blah. You got a new Western Digital SSD and Western Digital Black to replace your slow SD hit. Awesome. Waiting for an SSD 2.5 to 3.5 adapter.
But yeah, like
properly. Yeah, that makes sense. Definitely.
I think like literally the final part, my final party for Final Fantasy 13 was like the safest party in general. But like the speedrun uses the exact opposite party. Speedrun, or my main party was Fang, Lightning, and Hope. And the speedrun party is Saz, Vanille, and Snow.
I mean, Saz is my favorite character. I wonder why.
Because he's a father.
Well, I got something to do with it. But like, he actually has an arc. Like, he's pretty much one of the only characters in Final Fantasy 13 with an arc.
Pretty much.
Fun.
The speedrun doesn't use death at all, I believe. From what I've seen of FF13 speedruns. It's mostly just a lot of commando and that buff stacking and debuff stacking. Because Saz's blitz is absurdly powerful.
Found the capsule in the ruins. These are shambling monsters.
I don't think the story's overly complicated. I think it's just nonsensical. It's a lot of like sci-fi, not what's like it's not techno babble, but sci-fi babble. I don't know when you get death though. Death might be too late down certain trees in order for the speedrun to use it. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. FF8, I weirdly understood most of when I was playing that.
Same.
But FF8 goes places. For strange reasons. It's so weird.
Master, give me a second to finish this carrot, and I'll give you my current thoughts.
I probably should have.
Noel, you're an asshole.
I would appreciate you to stop attacking Sarah as well, you jerk. Oh, I didn't need to do that. Enemy's dead. It's just that they have a wide variety of descriptors and stuff for things that are just, they kind of just throw it out there without full explanation, and it kind of works in like FF10 where you're spending enough time with it. I don't know, it just never really clicked.
Well, okay,
but then
so
again, I can't really say too much because again, that was 10-year-old Tom, or 10 years ago Tom that played this, not current day Tom.
Yeah,
so,
I mean that's fair.
Might be
I
different
think, though,
now.
I think though that like the main issues, because like I was watching Scaredy play through 13 recently, right?
Mhm.
And like especially the early parts that I remember back when I played it the first time. and there's still one giant fundamental flaw between, especially when you're comparing Final Fantasy X to Final Fantasy 13, and that is 100% the world building. The events that start Final Fantasy 13, the thing that's happening, the opening cutscene, the stuff that you're seeing off the bat is the Purge. And the Purge in the world of Cocoon is this humongous, super important, awful thing that's happening to these people that have been deemed like a risk for like this whole sea thing, right? But like they don't convey any of that to you in the game, like at all. I think there's some data logs or something that explain this to you, right? So the whole scene where like Lightning and her crew like break out and like free a bunch of people and like whatever, like that is like all these refugees that are about to get sent to whatever it's called, the big land below Grand Pulse, thank you, as like refugees to go die because they know that's like a monster like inhabited world basically, right? And like none of that is explained to you like in any capacity basically, right?
Yeah.
And then like the plot is supposed to basically be like you have been fated to do something, and like do you complete that fate or do you fight against that fate, or like what kind of leeway do you have when like fate is driving you if you're on those train tracks, right? But like they like miss the point so many times, right? Like Snow is way too over the top. You spend way too much time with like the main cast, and the thing is that like you need to understand the world they live in. So like in Final Fantasy X, there's so many things that happen. Sure, you don't know what's going on when Titus appears in the ruins at the very beginning. You don't understand the El Bed when they take him onto the boat. You don't understand what happens when Sin shows up and knocks him into the water, right? All these things are confusing, and you don't understand any of this, right? But then the first thing that happens after all those super confusing moments is you wash up on the beach, and then you're given time to just live in this world. And like, I don't necessarily think that 13 needed quote-unquote villages to make it successful, but those are the places that you get to slow down, you get to really understand like the world and why it's doing the things it does, right? And like in this game, they start off the same way, and it's very bad for it, right? And even now, it hasn't really slowed down. We're still just going at 1,000 miles a minute.
Thrown,
portals
you're thrown into the thick of it without ever really giving you the time or the world building to have it piece itself together. You're just like,
so you can start to understand things, right?
Have to keep picking things up as you're going, and it just never stops going. There's no point where it's just like, okay, this is the world we're in. This is how it operates. This is how that works. It's like you're like given those things, and then it's just like shuffled on to the next thing.
Right. And like
doesn't
I think
let you sink into it.
I think this game is still highly flawed when it comes to that so far. But I will say, by having the characters around to talk to, by having there be little moments of levity and stuff so far and those sorts of things, it's paced better. But like one of the ways they've accomplished that is they said, okay, we had how many characters are main characters? Like 8 main characters in 13, right? It's like here's 2. here, Noel, Sarah. That's it. Like anything else that's gonna happen is gonna happen around them, and that's how we're gonna manage some of this spread of like ridiculous characters they had from the last game, right? But like, so the combat in this game master is way better than the combat in 13, from what I remember. It's been a long time since I played it, but it does seem way more refined, and it seems much more in tune for what they're kind of trying to get across, I think. And like the combat's really fun and snappy and quite enjoyable. Like when the system is like working well, you feel like you're dancing, and that's like always what you want. You want to feel like you got a flow going on. You know what I mean? The story is really fucking dumb. So far, we started with having one character who was like the principal character from the last game. They are apparently trapped in Valhalla. Oh god, I died. That's not good. In like a random encounter. So you had the principal character from like the last game is now trapped in like the end of time, and sorry, I'm jumping ahead there, but she's trapped in Valhalla, And then like you see like that scene, and you get introduced to Noel, who's like the other main character in this game. And then they throw you in and say, "Have a fun time." And that's basically the game so far. Like, we're jumping through time portals, and we're trying to find out who the big bad that's messing with time is. That's the plot. So, it's got a weird system to it that you got to kind of play with and like understand. It's a little more complicated than some other stuff, but basically like that bar on the top right we want to fill to get them staggered, and then they take additional damage basically. Oh god, don't die please.
Come on. Yeah, I just ran into a relatively tough enemy that I didn't see until after I fought Atlas.
Yeah, Savang?
Svarog.
Yeah, that's what I'm fighting right now. It's kind of kicking my butt.
Just take it down. There we go.
Shit, we need to hit it. Ah! Quick! Oh, that was so close.
Found the capsule in the ruins. Well, I guess that ruled them.
Dang it, I keep...
Could be this paradox effect has been missed.
Got it. That was rough, though. You got 5 stars, though, so apparently the game was like, you did a good job. I lost 2 people. So, like, we're trying to save our sister, but then, like, nobody else believes her sister exists. Probably because of, like, time paradox stuff. And then, what else has happened so far? We had a meteorite crash near our village, and then we jumped through a time portal, and now we're fighting through the past. Future, I guess. Depending on whose perspective you're looking at it. Because Noel is from the end of the timeline, and Sarah is from the beginning of the timeline, basically.
Pretty much.
And like Final Fantasy has messed with like time travel stories from like the beginning of time.
I want this to be also Saboteur, Synergist, and instead have Hop Light out.
I agree that they could have spent a lot more time explaining what was going on while Lightning was getting on the train and stuff, and that would have helped a ton in the original game.
Yes,
I'm looking at your chat.
It's fine.
Because like it's one of those things where like
13
like
13-2's story is definitely a more bad shit insane than 13-1. That's like a hard guarantee.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that assessment as well. I found a Uranian garage.
You're just kind of thrown into time travel, which was not there in the slightest in 13-1.
And it's a huge part of like the plot moving forward, because like Lightning Returns also has a lot to do with time travel stuff in a different context. But
I thought it was mostly just last 13 days of the universe or whatever.
Right, so it's the last 13 days of the universe, and you're trying to save the fragments of like reality that are worth saving to put into the next timeline, basically. And like the goddess of time is like who Lightning is working for. Spoilers.
Who is apparently Hope or something. Or Hope's
Hope
just the keeper of time or something.
Messenger of the god or whatever, yeah. I haven't played that one at all.
I haven't played that one either. I've seen a couple speedruns of it.
And continued on to another
It's very curious speedrun.
But why had these gates appeared? Who had tangled the timelines? And for what purpose? We still didn't know. Why am I able to fix these temporal anomalies? Bend monsters to my will? Why do I have this?
Like, I don't. You were talking earlier about how kind of this is from the era. That 13 was on sale. Yeah, I mean, like 13 is like really, really rough because like it has the idea they're kind of trying to convey is that like the world of Cocoon, you have like no freedom in the world of Cocoon, right? And then when you get to Grand Pulse, like that's where your freedom is supposed to kind of come in, and that's when the game opens up for you finally, basically, right?
Mhm.
But the problem is that you didn't need to have players spend 30 plus hours walking down hallways
Yeah.
to show that point or whatever, right?
Mhm.
And then again, at the sacrificing, the world building, all the other things that like make a game like Final Fantasy X work, and a game like Final Fantasy 13 not so much, right?
Which 10
'Cause
is ostensibly structurally, yeah, similar. 10 is nearly hallways as well.
It is. But again, you have those little breaks, those little character moments, the scene of like Yuna doing the sending. There's nothing like that in 13.
Mhm.
Like theoretically, the beginning part where everybody's about to get shipped off to concentration camp effectively, that
Mhm.
would have been the moment. But you don't even understand that's what's happening when it's happening.
Yeah. You find the fal'Cie, you fight it, it brands you, and then you just get chucked off into a snowy Iceland.
Right.
Or I'm
And
just
you
like,
get to
where
see
the
the
fuck
whole-
even am I now?
There's that Shiva scene with the fucking snow and the bike.
Mhm.
Sarah, forgive me.
But that's the thing. You
That was a past you never should have
there
had to
there
deal
comes a limit to having to
But now, because of your
having
courage,
your
the timelines
gameplay
have one less knot
match
to unravel.
what your
If I could,
what your characters are
I would
feeling.
thank you for what you have accomplished.
I think
And
there
I'm not
would
even saying
be
it doesn't.
I think there
Sorry,
may
go ahead.
be a larger amount of differing ideas that could work better than 30 hours of hallways from a franchise that typically allows at least some semblance of freedom in terms of where you're selecting. And like even if you look back at earlier Final Fantasies, it's like it's not as open as you really think it is. Like there's maybe one or two side areas that you can do, but for the most part it's pretty much straightforward, just with a
Right.
larger open world map there. But I don't know.
Yeah. And
Again,
freedom to
this
kinda,
is
like, wander.
this is
Yeah.
me recalling 10-year-old memories, so it's difficult for me to be like, this is how it is, when it's just like I'm recalling memories of its structure from a long time ago that might not be
Right.
100%.
Well, what I will tell you is that and there's when you get to the forest area with Lightning and Hope, there's a couple more branching paths when you're walking through like the rooftops of the trees or whatever there, basically,
Mhm.
right? But it's not much, right? And they all end up like curving back to the same place, effectively, right? But beyond that, the rest of the stuff up until you end up in the Calmlands is a hallway with the occasional split. It clearly tells you which direction your objective, the next main objective is in each split. So you always know which hallway is the one that has the treasure chest at the end of it, right?
Mhm.
And structurally, that's basically the way that all the dungeons are designed
Yeah.
throughout the entire game. And again, I don't necessarily think that is not by itself problematic. That could be okay. That could work. Because again, that's effectively what 10 does. There's
Mhm.
very few areas in 10 that you can split off the main path to go
Mhm.
find a treasure chest and things like that, right?
Yeah, it's not
But
until
again,
the
it's
Calmlands where you have any option to go on a separate path, really.
right. But in 13, it's the world building. I feel like that's really the struggle. And like I
Mhm.
imagine if you sat there every time that your little codex got updated and read the entries, maybe that would help.
Mm-hmm.
But like that's not how Final Fantasy has ever told its story before, right?
Mm-hmm. Which is
And I think,
something that's something that's specific to us. Just because we played a large amount of Final Fantasies before this.
Yeah, but like, so another game that I think has a really great codex system is like the original Mass Effect, right? There's so much additional details and stuff like that, and world building and things in
Mhm.
that game that you don't get access to if you don't read it all, right? Stuff about how the Krogans got the genophage and
Mhm.
all this other kind of stuff is kind of buried in those codexes. But like, even if you never read any of that, like the overarching world building is still very compelling in Mass Effect. Like, you don't have to read all that to feel it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't like to shit on games just for the sake of shitting on games, and I really want 13 to be good. was there at a midnight release the night it came out.
Same.
Took a bunch of friends with me, all super hype and everything, right? I remember the guy at the GameStop that I was picking it up from jumped up on the counter and was doing a little jig and like, yeah, it's final time for more Final Fantasy. Say hi, blah, 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 and stuff and everything, right? And then you went home and it's like,
I played the game 10 hours straight, I think, after that midnight release or something like that.
Yes, it worked.
And
yeah, I played a
like
lot,
while
too.
I was playing through it, I was in it and I was in the story, but then again, that was also younger Tom was whenever I played something growing up, especially like until I was like maybe like 24, like I was in it no matter like if it had structural problems, pacing problems, or whatever. It's just like I was there and soaking everything in that I could. That is not how I play things nowadays.
And I had already mentioned this earlier, but like what frustrates me so much is that it wasn't until I played Type 0 that I really understood what like the False C and the Lassie were. And understanding that I am the kind of person who has a great amount of passion for this franchise as a whole.
Mhm.
I've played them pretty much my entire life, and like I wanted to like 13 just because it had the Final Fantasy logo on it, right? And if somebody like me can't understand the difference between a Lassie and a Falsey and all that stuff, like people who pick the game up casually are, you know, what chance do they stand at all?
I was shocked while I was a kid that I had preferences. That's a problem that I have now. I have preferences, but like whenever I'm like going out, it's just like I don't know what I want for a lot of things. Got through a lot of custom Robo at the end. I was like, oh, I just like this one, huh? I remember that with some of the games that I just got like as presents from uncles that had no idea what I liked, and I didn't know what I liked in video games.
I remember.
I think on Super Nintendo, Frantic Flea on the Super Nintendo. I remembered that one. I remember playing it a ton and never getting very far with it, but I played it for probably like 15 hours. This is just like, it was a game I had.
Yeah, the whole like that's something that like my children are never gonna have to deal with. I think I talked about this before. I don't know if with around you specifically, Tom, but I went to GameStop with them one time, and I gave them like it's like $15 each or something. You know, not enough to like get anything good, basically, right? And I told them to pick out a bunch of DS games, just so they would have a chance to play like not so great of games, basically, right? But my one
not you be the curator for all their experiences.
Right, exactly, because like they just, you know, again, I don't buy garbage most of the time, right? And like one of my kids picked out Shovel Knight.
Like damn, well,
The future will be better.
yeah.
But then again, that was also the case where you just find those gems that you didn't know anything about, but the cover looked cool.
Right.
Like I got super obsessed with Time Splitters and Dynasty Warriors back on the PS2, and I would have not seen anything of those games. Dynasty Warriors, was a random game my friend bought one day, and that became an obsession for our friend group for a long time.
Oh my god, Dynasty Warriors is so good.
Dynasty Warriors 3 through 5 was like all of late middle school and high school.
In Dynasty Warriors 2, I remember me and my friend were playing it together, and there was one mission we were doing where, like, you know that there's going to be a large army show up at one point, and like the way the battle is supposed to go is the army shows up and like that general loses his side that you're not supposed to be helping him with at all, and then you end up having to fall back basically, right? And because we had done it so many times, like I went and I took out that entire army by myself, which like the game didn't really know what to do. Like, this general is supposed to lose, but he didn't. You know?
They took that into account for later Dynasty Warriors, where you could cause some very specific things to happen if you saved someone who was like supposed to die.
Yeah.
And some of them are stupidly difficult to do.
Oh yeah, no, it's really fun though.
Hello, are you here to observe the facility? I can answer any questions you might have.
Ah, yeah, perfect. I do have some questions. Where are we?
God, I just...
Wait, you can't just...
What? Just...
Yashas Masif, 10 AF, sir.
10 AF? So nowhere near 200 years.
I must say, this is the first
And then,
time
yeah, I
anyone
remember
asked me what
Time
year it
Splitters
was.
as well.
I don't suppose you happen to be time travelers?
I think Yeah, just Time Splitters was another random game that I think maybe my cousin had that we got into a lot. A lot of setting up 2 TVs back to back and having one-on-one matches and Time Splitters.
So good.
Good night, Queen. Thanks for hanging out.
Good night, Queen. I bought Kingsfield.
Oh boy,
that's cover. Yeah. And I've wanted to I came across my copy recently-ish, and it's something I definitely want to revisit because I definitely wasn't like I was way too young to like be able to play that game.
Yeah.
And like understand it and appreciate it for what it is at all. And yeah, that's one of those ones where what I was tangenting about before is like my children are never gonna understand like the feeling of going to the video store and renting a game for a weekend, and like that's the only thing you really have to play that weekend, basically, right? And it's such a weird experience to like play some of that garbage and like try to force yourself through it because like this is the only new thing I have to touch today. Okay, so I have one gate I can open. I'm gonna keep exploring. Why are you so hard?
I didn't realize I was entering a stealth section.
Stealth section? Oh no. Real Cam Dog, hi! Thank you very much for that raid. Really heckin' appreciate it. Hi everybody. I'm playing some Final Fantasy 13-2 with the good old heckin' streamer Tom here. Currently we're having a time. Capital T. But I think the general consensus is we're having fun with the combat, confused by the story.
Well, at this point, I've turned my brain off to the story. I'm not paying attention to it at all. I'm just finding new things and running around, which I'm enjoying. Oh, please tell me I got the slug enemy. Hell yeah. Oh, the slug's a medic. Dang it.
I'm sorry, Cam. Yeah, neither one of us have ever played 2 before, but we both had experience with the first game. Tom beat it, and I got halfway. I'll say halfway. It was honestly the Hope and Lightning bonding scene that was too much for me to take, and I turned it off.
Yeah, I remember not being a fan of Hope, and that seems to be a consensus.
Well, it's just...
I don't remember much of it.
the big thing is that he wants to kill Snow because he thinks that Snow killed his mother.
Mm-hmm.
And like his mother died because of like the people that were going to send them to the camp, not because of Snow. Like Snow
I just
was
saved.
helping.
I'm gonna fight this behemoth. I want to see what's gonna happen.
Did you already time jump? Did you go to the next area?
Yeah.
No. Oh, okay. I'm still dicking around in here.
Oops. Wrong one.
You're playing
bully.
Hollow Knight for the first time? Oh my god, it's such a good game, isn't it? I love Hollow Knight. We were at dinner tonight. My one friend, who is a very prominent gamer, was talking about how he had been having his girlfriend play more and more games, and they were going through like the list of things that
well.
they've been trying recently.
Oh, we're still alive. One-shotted Sarah. It's fine.
Nobody likes Sarah anyway, right? You love Hollow Knight so far. But they were talking about how they had played through Portal 2 recently, and they were playing through Horizon Zero Dawn and Bioshock Infinite, and then Ori and the Blind, the 2 Ori games. And immediately I was like, oh man, you need to have them play Hollow Knight. And like, they're like, oh yeah, that'd be a great one to have them play, right? Because they're talking about like really enjoying like the atmospheric nature of like Ori. And I like Hollow Knight. Anytime I can chill Hollow Knight, right? Will of the Wisps, yeah, second one, thank you. Well, that's the thing. So a couple of the DS games they picked up were bad and broken and stuff, and like it was definitely a teachable moment. But then also like the one kid picking out friggin' Shovel Knight, it was like, well, you know. And like the oldest really likes a lot of Roblox games, which are mostly garbage. So.
Get him! Beat a behemoth.
Hell yeah.
Luckily I had a robot ally that it kept using heave on, because it one-shot any of the main characters if it used heave on them.
Oh no.
But the robot can tank it.
Good to hear.
There was like no bonus for winning that fight. Oh, I got a behemoth thing. Never mind. I don't know if that's great or not, but I got it.
Don't know what I'm
couple levels.
Google it later if I feel like it. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely something to be said about finding the fun in the game that you're playing. It's kind of why I forced myself to play some more Sea of Thieves yesterday. And what I learned is that the fishing in the game is actually quite good. And I enjoy the fishing. But, like, the person I was playing with was getting very upset because I would be sitting there fishing while they're trying to do everything else in the boat to keep us sailing where we're trying to go. It's like, oh, okay. Apparently the thing I like makes other people have to work harder, you know? Like, the Pirate Pass does help more than I thought it would. Well, I shouldn't say that, because I thought it would help, but... You just need to feel like you're accomplishing something, and that helps with that a little bit.
Oh, Noel's not using Ruinga? I haven't been paying attention.
Oh, sorry. The story I was telling yesterday, but I don't think anybody was here when I was telling it, was that I was playing Pirates by myself on Sea of Thieves. I was playing on Thursday. It must have been Thursday? I think it was Thursday. And I had spent the night doing this big voyage, and it took me most of the night to do, but I had like a little bit of time at the end of the night to do something else. So I was like, well, I'll just go grab like a little merchant contract and go get some pigs and sell some pigs. And I had gotten attacked by like other players like 4 times on Thursday. And it never feels great, like every time they sink your boat, whatever. But I'm on this island and I'm putting pigs in boxes and I'm loading them up on the ship. And I got like 1 pig on the ship and I'm loading the second one. And a group of players swoops in and starts blowing me out of the water, right? And like they destroyed everything for a single pig, Tom.
I'm the most passionate person I know. And on that note, please.
So, yeah.
Interesting. Wait, why can't I? Oh, I need special components. Okay, I have new weapon options. Nothing's beyond grade 1 yet, so it's expected. No, like that. Wait, I should do.
Why wouldn't Sarah tell him about the visions? That seems like a poor decision. Anime video game protagonist not making good decisions? Who would have thought?
Who could have seen this coming?
Who could have seen this coming?
Uh-oh. No, no, no. Bad.
Oh my god. There's still 7 people.
Well, that's dangerous now. Okay, well.
Die.
Nope, but I'm fighting another behemoth, and I don't want to. Oh, I should have done that instead.
Beat it?
Nope, working on it.
Okay, Sora.
Oh, now I died. Downside of this game and AoE attacks, you have no control over where your party is positioned for the most part.
I will allow it, Master.
So if your allies just decide to stick together for too long, they're just gonna eat all of the AoE attacks like Dangus's, rather than separating.
That can happen in like a dragon too, though.
Yeah.
Some of those kung fu masters can really mess you up if you're not careful.
Uh-oh. Oh no, I'm gonna get in this fight again. Oh, no, I didn't. Thank you.
You now have access to the closed gate option.
The food is so much better than on Cocoon.
Reset part of history? What?
Yeah, I saw that and didn't pay attention. Can you leave? Don't attack it. There we go.
Okay. It's an option that lets you redo an area as if you hadn't done any of the things you had done there yet.
Yeah.
So like resets it so you can like
If
get
there-
keys or things if you need to do certain things or something. It sounds
Mhm.
like, basically. Which is kind of nice that you don't have to do a separate replay or whatever, right? But...
I'm just being a bully. Yeah, Ruinga's mean. Especially against smaller enemies, just tossing them up in the air. But I have to enter it manually right now because it won't use it for Null because his magic's too low. Oh, I have bad magic because I haven't been putting anything into... I've been doing all commando for Null.
Oh, I need some Ravager to do better with magic, eh?
Mm-hmm.
A little darkness can.
Wait, what?
Gamer DLM, thank you very much for that raid. Really appreciate it. Hope you're having a great night.
A gamer?
You know, I don't mind this episodic stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's a little dark.
Imagine how
Game's
dumb it
starting to
gets
grow
when you
on me.
have good magic. Yeah. If I had it on Sarah, it would be absurd already.
Are we not allowed to go
This game is
inside?
starting to get...
I'm very sorry. Only persons
It took some me, Tom.
are permitted beyond this point.
Same. Mostly, again, it's just in how it plays. It's fun to do this combat.
It is fun. I agree.
Oh, don't do that. Don't ruin me, you jerk.
Who's Yule? And why should I care about them? I got another achievement, baby! There's definitely something here that the Moogle could make appear if he was with me. Game.
I need to heal.
My name is Sora, and I'm trying to find some Keymasters. Won't let me go this way while I'm by myself, apparently. Okay. La-dee-da, Kingdom Hearts. Okay, sorry, I didn't read your thing. You're filling 2 warehouses so I could get my money for the sub. I spent 5 weeks filling it around 9% with both warehouses. Raid came in.
Dang it, jerk.
You're stuck somewhere? Oh no! It's down to 55%. I'm so sorry, Master. Oh, okay. It is a big monster.
Heal up, come on.
That's Ghostbusters 1.
All right. Going in.
Alright, I'm confused again. Also, why is there rocket music again? What the fuck is with this game?
Dang it.
No, what, 330 years old or something at this point? Oh, I'm still controlling Null, huh?
Come on. Build it up.
See this one then. Fuck it.
There we go.
Yeah, fuck.
Get him! Get him with the butt!
What's there?
Butt slam! There we go. Why is this OST so good though?
I don't know. It really is though. I'm fighting the giant tomato thing.
Oh, you probably went to the different timeline. I went up left from where I was before. Oh, god damn it, it's Hope.
Oh.
When monsters like these are cornered, they cause a space-time vortex
Yes, I must
to
have.
appear.
Yeah, did you just go to the right further?
I went back to the one that was like way in the back.
Is that you?
Way in the back.
I'm grateful you remember me.
I'm 300 years in the future right now.
Oh, yeah, I didn't do that one. I'm in year 10.
Hopeless, I'm at your service. And you must be Noel.
You're in what time? What?
Nice guess.
10. There were 2 gates you could take.
You appeared here
Oh.
with Sarah some years ago.
Well, I took a gate.
Ruins. Subsequently, we analyzed
I took a gate, went and opened the other gate, and then chose the one that went up left on the
To be honest,
on the
I didn't
whatever
believe that
time
travel
period
was
map.
possible. But here you are. I'm really glad you're safe. For me, it's as if time has stopped. Everyone I knew is gone.
Damn it. Stop dying.
From your point of view, it's been years since you last saw Sarah. Not just Sarah, Snow as well. And Saz and his boy. You all disappeared from my life.
Saz's child has a
It's been
name.
10 years now.
I don't remember it, but don't just call him boy.
When the paradox
God.
occurred some years ago, I thought if I could solve it, maybe you would all come back.
Director, there you are.
Oh, hey, Alyssa's still
What
here.
were you thinking? Taking off and leaving me all on my own.
3,500
It was a
CP. Hell yeah.
shock seeing Hope grown older than me, but he was still the same Hope I knew. Lightning, Hope listened to my story without saying a word. I told him about how I'm the only one who remembers your
I'm
smile
sorry, are we
and
gonna
clean
ignore the
friend
giant
pulse.
face that's right there?
I told him about how Snow set out to try and save
You can't just-
and Vanille and Fang.
You can't just pan across that and not focus back on it.
In the future.
There's something I want to show you both. We can continue our conversation as we walk.
I'll show the way.
Alyssa, you can do better than Hope. Girl, you can get someone better than Hope.
Wow, I've barely hurt this thing. Holy shit.
Tell me, Hope, what made you join the academy?
A sense of duty. Vanille, Fang, Lightning, they turned to crystals so that we might live. It was an enormous sacrifice.
My sister and the others. I think they wanted to preserve life. They gave us a chance to live again.
What's up, Mikan?
Mikan. Nice batters. Okay.
I kind of ready for America Day. I was invited to a party tomorrow. I'm still on the fence about going. Figure I'll make the decision tomorrow. It would be nice to see some of these people as I haven't seen them in a little bit. But at the same time, like, you being social.
Takes a lot just to get Noel to have the other elements. And then they can build up. Don't really. I suppose I can do a little bit more Sentinel just to get a little bit of defense. Oh, okay. Saboteur Medic. How about I just do a 5th ATB gauge, though? Feels too good to just have a crap ton of ATB.
No, I saw rain tonight, actually. Shoot, hold on. We need to do this.
Okay. That takes a lot to get up.
So it's up with the tomato monster. So we just time jumped into this time. And the main character had a vision of her main squeeze fighting a giant tomato monster. And now we're helping her get her main squeeze back. Who should be dead because it's like 300 years in the future. But I don't understand how he's here, so hopefully they explain that. They're not going to explain that. Right. No, I probably won't go to the party. Well, I mean, like, I don't know. We'll see. I'm leaning probably to not, though. Mostly because, like, you know, just
The military's getting a
people.
Oh, I should.
Gross.
I should try out the other healer. Try and have a slug. I don't have anything to increase slug. Well, never mind then.
Oh no, I'm not going to make it.
No. It's a good question. I don't know if this is what Malboros look like in this one or not. My guess is no, because like tomato monsters are like kind of a staple too.
Oh shoot, I just went backwards because the game teleported me forward.
This darkness reminds me of days from the past.
On sunny days,
Oh, find a treasure. Okay, I need to go see what this face is about.
Everyone else seems to believe it. I wonder if it's true.
See a face. Tomato monsters are a staple of your diet.
How do you just have this? What is it?
This is a foul sea that was uncovered in these ruins. Seems he had a deep connection with the people of Padra.
We've tried analyzing it with the Academy's equipment, but nothing yet. However, it does seem to react to another device that we found in these ruins.
Hmm?
over there, Mom.
Also, I see that treasure. Can't jump over there, but I see that square that I can pick up.
Got him with the stagger. All right, let's go for the damage.
I should have jumped down.
This darkness reminds me of days from the past.
Can't you just go through the gate and change the events of the past?
We did it. This Mechanalyst is one of the themes of 13-2. Might be. Oh no, I gotta pay attention.
Who pays attention? Also, shoot, I want to be controlling. I'd say I want to be controlling Sarah, but I don't really care either way.
I gotta tap it. I gotta tap.
Isn't the Academy a research institute? Why do you need so many?
It's your turn to be useful. Go.
We have to be able to protect ourselves, and that means guns.
Perfect cinematic action. 10 out of 10.
Perfecto.
We did the cinematic. Woo, woo, woo. I got 0 stars. But I got the crystal heart for my cinematic bonus, baby.
Hell yeah.
Quick time events in my Final Fantasy, right?
I don't think 13 had quick time events. Pretty sure. 13-2 does.
Over there, Mom.
Honestly, I asked about the face, and I talked to a person who talked about the face. I have immediately forgotten what they said. I am just so tuned out.
Things have happened.
Also, yes, it's great when the streamer asks and then game immediately provides an answer, even though I've already forgotten about it. I could talk about lightning or snow or the ruins, but what's Saz up to?
I wonder how Saz and little Dodge are
Dodge is
We've been out of
Saz's
touch.
kid's name.
Saz took Dodge to live on Grand Pulse.
Good thing, too.
And he was flying airships the last I heard. Then suddenly they both disappeared. I searched everywhere but never found them.
Look at us, all gone our separate ways.
Yes. And I can't tell you how much it means to have you here now. Saz and Snow may have set off on different paths, but I've started to think that in the end, we're all headed towards the
Never
same
think I like the basal monsters.
By the way, the speedrun of this game would already be done. Speedrun of this game is like 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Jeez.
It's like stupidly fast.
I'll have to watch it.
What, you mean
No,
you're
I
not
really
gonna
don't.
finish this game
I might.
before watching the speedrun and spoiling all the enemies for you? Even though
I
I've
know
seen
how
it.
this ends.
I've seen speedruns of this game already.
Ancient city, right?
They
If
don't
the
break the
game has-
Crystarium. There's an enemy, or there's an enemy monster you get. Current world record is 2 hours and 36 minutes. There's an enemy you can get that gets stupidly powerful, and then if an ally is dead, it like gets double damage.
God.
So like,
Good night.
You, like,
Nikon.
build up-
Appreciate you popping by. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
you like buff, debuff, do a bunch of stuff like that, get things set up, and then just like purposefully have one of your characters die, and that little monster runs over and just like nearly one-shots the boss.
Wow. But I was gonna say, like, if the game has a sequel, how satisfying can the end be? and this game ain't no Empire Strikes Back, if you know what I mean, right?
And you need the DLC to get the true ending.
Yeah, apparently.
Oh my
From
God,
a little
Hope!
bit
What
of-
was that run?
really good.
Hope! What was that run? What was that run? Did you see Hope running up the incline? He was like, It's like, Hope, that won't help you climb the incline. Also, it is not a Tonberry. It's like a... I think this game's version of a Mandragora is, I think, the actual enemy that they break. I've heard good things about Lightning Returns too, though it plays very differently. It's like FF13 combined with Final Fantasy X-2.
Thanks.
And that you only have one party member, and you're changing your ability set by changing your outfit. And you have a certain amount of outfits that you have and stuff like that.
Always called Yule.
If they could read time, why did they die out? Surely they could see the danger coming and do something to avoid it.
No, they were destroyed.
Fuck. How late are we going?
The Cirrus Yule foresaw the future destruction of this city. Some citizens wanted to try to avert the disaster. Others felt that they should simply abandon their homes and run. A few fell into despair and took their own lives. The divided populace clashed. The nation was torn apart by civil war.
Oh, cool. And then you caused your own destruction of the city.
The future is awfully dangerous.
Danguses.
It can mess with people's heads.
Tell me about it. The nation fell apart, and the survivors fled into the wildlands, avoiding contact with others. Huh. So you know the story.
Oh! Come on, Director Hope!
Oh,
Show them. It's okay to show them, isn't it?
this NPC just gave me a map.
Oh.
Here.
Chat, do you know how to spell map?
The Oracle Drive. We've been giving it careful study. But how did you... Wait, you know of these devices?
Oh, well, yeah, I've heard of them. In
Noel,
books and
stop
stuff.
telling everyone that you're a time
The
traveler.
Oracle Drive appears to be some kind of recording.
This is like the first thing they say, right? I liked when you were in jail and he's like, we'll just tell him the truth. It's like, why would that help?
Things that cannot be possible. Perhaps you should see for yourselves.
This is how it works.
Noel, stop telling everyone that you know how to use future devices. You're an idiot.
Oh no. That doesn't look good. Oh, Master, thank you so much, man.
Oh, the head was a foul C. I completely forgot what they said. They did say exactly that. I'm so tuned out on this game's story. I'm just like, I'm seeing it in front of my eyes and none of it's registering.
We use carbon dating methods to determine age. The device and the recording stored within are several centuries old.
But it shows lightning.
Someone in the past recorded this vision of the future. Perhaps it was the Cirrus Yule herself. What we're concerned about, however, is this. You'll have to excuse the image quality.
Oh, cool. You saw the opening cutscene of the game, too. We're on the same page.
Shit. Sounds like you're having a good time over there.
Oh, yeah, they're just replaying a grainy version of the opening cutscene that apparently Hope knows now.
He is the Time Lord.
It's true.
Was that my sister?
Yes.
Was that my sister?
We need to conduct further analysis to be certain.
And why was she wearing armor that barely covered her butt?
No. We've tested both device and data, and everything is nominal. Yet,
Yeah, I was just talking about that, Master, actually, earlier on the stream that I need to get that scheduled.
perhaps it's not the recording that's broken.
I'll let you know when I pick a date to start it.
You mean it could be the paradox? space-time is twisted that might be directly affecting the device. So if the paradox is eliminated, space-time will return to normal. Then we could see the prophecy and find out where my sister is.
Yes, I believe so.
Right.
Here.
Artifact.
Spit out a lot of time travel jargon there.
It's possible I'd hate it, but like the little bit I've seen of it looks like it's a good time. I know that the combat's kind of wonky, and it's gonna take me some getting used to. So I think as long as I come at it from that, I'm not gonna be amazing at the game right away. I think that'll help, you know. Realistic expectations and all that.
During the years that passed as we traveled outside time and space, Hope had devoted himself to his research, trying to unlock the mystery of the paradox. If the gates are the cause of the puzzle, they might also be the key to unlocking it. But I wonder,
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, I got some controllers that are hooked up with the Bluetooth on this PC now. I don't think I can ever go back to having a PC that doesn't have Bluetooth now after like the ease of being able to hook a PS5 controller up to it and be like, all right, cool, I got a controller that is functional and works great and don't have any input lag or anything like that. So, oh no, I don't want to do this yet. No, please don't make this.
It would be an excellent bit too. What Sarah just said implies that she can see the menu when you travel between timelines, and that's really silly.
They found traces of what looks like
people in the past.
That's right. And it also looks like they were fighting their own kind.
There is nothing silly about this game.
No, nothing. Nothing whatsoever. Okay, there's the gate. Let the characters see the UI. This isn't Nier Automata. The UI isn't diegetic. You don't get moments of the game where Nier Automata literally plays back your inputs of menu adjustment from the opposite perspective, which I didn't realize on the first playthrough, and I saw Barry play through it, and Deer said, I'm like, holy shit, you're right. If you sass them while you're trying to go through the menu, they'll sass you back.
Yeah, that's very good. There's a lot of care put into those games, you can definitely tell. Although the note-taking streams, oh boy, those are a time.
I didn't watch those because I still want to play Replicant, and I haven't. Because I've been waiting on a PS5.
I just shut off the when it got to. I didn't watch the Replicant part. That's what I did. I don't really care about Dragon Guard spoilers because, you know,
never gonna. The only one I would play of Dragon Guard is 3. But that game is difficult to track down. Imagine having a PS5. I would love to have a PS5. I'm trying.
It's really nice. I mean,
it is. I want to play Ratchet and Clank. I want to play Demon Souls. I want to play FF7 Intergrade.
Yeah, I haven't done Intergrade yet. I should do that soon. Hey. Oh, I have a Sentinel finally, huh?
Oh, that's mean. That's mean, Toucans. Apparently, Toucans downloaded Intergrade on their PS5 and it erased the remake save file where he was at Walmart. Never feels great when that happens.
Yeah, no, it's really janky how to get the save over. I still have my PS4 and I still use it regularly. So I was able to upload my save file and then move it over. I think okay. Like it looked like it came across fine in the PS5 version. But yeah, it's definitely like a very weird transfer process to get your save file over.
Oh, hey, you need a behemoth fang. Lucky for you.
A behemoth fang?
I already
and
killed
it's in such good So the rumors were true. The Academy scientists will be thrilled once the lab gets... Did the Paradox bring this beast from the past or from the future? Is it the creation of the Foul Sea? What you brought us will give us the answer. I want to thank you for helping me out of this predicament.
Chocolina, you're still the best part of this game so far.
Oh, thank you. You gave me Misery's bead. That sounds wonderful.
See, okay, so droplets. Wait, what? Okay, I'm confused again. Mechanical.
What is a misery bead?
I understand now. Okay.
What? I don't even see it.
Promise
What
nothing.
did you give me? Oh, there it is. Oh, it was a fragment. Oh.
I just got a call.
Hep. Whoop. Hip.
So this is all attributes, maximum HP, strength. I guess that's probably fine. How strong can we get you?
Here. This must be the gate Hope was talking about.
Can get them swole. There's only one gate in this world. Of course, it's the gate Hope was talking about.
There's something on your mind.
Yeah, well, sure, but it's just personal stuff.
Potent bullets, cool.
Bothered by the Moogle.
Is it the Oracle Drive?
I guess you could say that. Kind of. But not exactly.
In that prophecy, it really was lightning, wasn't it?
Well, we can't be sure.
The monster can't evolve.
What do you mean you can't be sure of that? No, you were there. You were in the opening cutscene. Why do you say you can't be sure it was lightning you saw? You idiot.
It's like you're having a time over there, Tub.
Oh my god. Like, I'm barely paying attention to this story. I'm just like, yeah, I know that the opening cutscene was light.
Been ever since we heard the story.
You
about the
spoke with
Padre
lightning
Cirrus
before you
human.
got yeeted into the past.
But, of course, he wasn't the only one who was troubled. Was it really lightning I saw in the flickering images of the prophecy?
It's okay if
The
Sarah
only way
doesn't
to
know
find
if that
out
was light.
Is to go through this portal.
Noel
and
knows
solve the
exactly that that
paradox.
was light. Really think the Final Fantasy 13 verse has nothing for me. That's fair. Oh, Erba.
It looks pretty. The music's okay, even if it's like tonal, like kind of most of the time.
Yeah. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Hi gamers, it's me, Sargato. Thanks for coming out. I got all my monsters upgraded. Good. Yep. That's what we want there. That's what we want here. That's fine for that, I think. That's fine here. I feel like I should have one more healing one. I have 2 relentless assaults here. That's dumb. You should be a healer. There we go. Diversity. There we go. That'll help us be better at stuff. Can't save because I was jumping? Yeah, okay. Thanks, game. Hi, Nobagoo. How did we get here? Not good at the computer? I think maybe you came with one of the couple raids that I had tonight, maybe? I don't know. Time of my life. I mean, like, you know, is what it is. It was nice to be able to see some good friends tonight, though. Just go. We don't need you to tell me the story again, okay? No, the answer is the devil box for any cast of record an incantation. Well, I'll tell you right now that you summoned me into your computer box, and I hope you don't mind spending some time.
Badger said there's a game or a song in this game that's apparently the best Final Fantasy song to date. That's a bold. I do trust Badgers too. That's a bold claim because Final Fantasy has phenomenal soundtracks, very consistently.
How could you not trust 17 Badgers in a trench coat?
It's not that I don't trust it, but the thing is, musical taste is also incredibly subjective.
That's true. I tend to like a lot of music, though. So
you retired the trench coat. Everyone knows we're Badgers now. Those Who Fight Further is excellent. Final Fantasy VII Remake Hollow was exceptional. Final Fantasy X Fight with Seymour.
I don't know them off the top of my head. I'd have to look it up.
There's just many that are quite exceptional. And then if you want to get back to the classic,
oh, you know what? No, actually, it's the whatever the boss theme is from that one dungeon in Shadowbringers. Yeah, that would be the one I would pick.
I got nothing on that one. I was thinking of, like, if you want to call an old masterpiece, Dancing Mad.
Most of 14's
holy shit
soundtrack is incredible.
Yeah, I've heard great things of 14's soundtrack. Dancing Mad, Battle on the Big Bridge, Genova Final Fantasy VII Remake version was like when that beat drops in the final phase of Genova, I'm just like, oh fuck. It hits so hard and it's so amazing.
Stereo theme is very good.
Yep. Wait, how much CP do I have? I can get some level up. Power chain. Almost at Firaga. Also, I don't know what your timeline's like. I'm kind of in space.
I was fighting a giant flan, but I wanted to see what this other timeline was like, so I came back to find the portal that I missed, apparently. Because it seemed like a lot of the stuff I was fighting over in that jungle was real hard. Like, that boss, like, that I got 0 stars on, that wasn't the only thing over there that was rough.
Cell's theme. Just the Final Fantasy IV boss fight theme.
In this space-time,
I'm trying to find the song, too, while I'm one-handed fighting, so...
If we solve all these puzzles, we could dissolve the current paradox.
Another one from Final Fantasy VII Remake is after the plate gets taken down. Just because of how emotional that is. And it still stands out to me just because there's just like one note shift. Where it's just like, okay, you're used to how sad songs go. It just like goes here and goes like to the right spot, like a half step or a full step below that. And it's a really sad note. But what they do in that song after the plate fall is they go there and then they go like 7 steps below. And it hits you really hard. And it's just like, it's not just sad that note hits. It's just like, that's just despair. It's like, it's sadness and there's no going back. It hits so much harder. It's like, every time. All right, what is this now?
We're gonna fight everything on the way back because we need this one. So. What dungeon am I thinking of? I'm thinking of the one that has the like giant mech boss.
Press X1 on a tile that holds a crystal. Shining line will be drawn along your subsequent paths. Simply move to a crystal the same. Okay, so now I need to line match puzzles. Okay. Remake music is kind of unfair just because the source meter here was incredible. That's true. That's true, but they did a phenomenal time with
I'm looking to hopefully not dying. What? Oh, this is the thing I need to pay attention to. Hold on.
Oh, wait. Okay. What? Okay, I'm not just matching colors. What? Oh. What am I? Stop. Stop changing colors. Fucker.
Dumb. I should have just done 2. I can still do some. There we go. No, we won. Hooray.
Okay, change up, you jerks. Oh. There we go. Weird. It's difficult. Yeah, it is a weird case with 7 Remake, but they still did such a phenomenal take on those original tunes, as well as some of the new tunes for Final Fantasy VII Remake were amazing too. The arena fight song does not have to slap that hard. And the whole sequence with Wall Market, the Honeybee Inn.
Slightly disappointed though to hear that they toned down the Honeybee Inn though.
Toned it down?
Yeah.
For the remake or?
Yeah.
What do you mean toned it down? Because I don't know. I feel like from what I saw there, I was just like, no, they killed it for me, from my perspective at least.
I thought it was good, but I'm just saying, like, they wanted to go a little more crazy with it, so.
Oh, apparently there's a pole dance.
Yeah,
it could have gotten more absurd. I wouldn't have complained about that.
That's the part I'm talking about. Making Cloud do a pole dance after we put the stuff on. But they're like, this is going too far. And it's like, you guys remember how this went the first time? Like, depending on which room you pick to get what pair of underwear, there can be some pretty weird stuff that happens. The original. And apparently that was already censored too. There's apparently more of that than Japanese. Oh man, I'm so tired. Okay, so yeah, Wall Market. I mean, I thought they did a really good job in the remake. I enjoyed Wall Market.
They did it
very well.
They did a great job with. Yeah.
Really funny. Particularly.
Go down, you jerk. Also, I probably should have taken out these small ones. Eesh. That was a rough fight.
Yeah, apparently I didn't grab one of the 2 keys to get where you ended up.
But yeah, I thought they handled it. They handled that scene so well. Like it could have been like trashy and like very demeaning to cross-dressing or trans people. But no, they kind of did it incredibly well.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously, I don't get to have the weight to say what's offensive and what's not offensive.
That's fair.
But I didn't see anything that I particularly cringed at or anything like that. Right? So I would agree with your assessment.
And I haven't heard anything from anyone else who's played it in terms of that regard. But yeah, that's fair that I'm not exactly the person to make that call, given that I'm not directly that group.
Yeah. Sorry. I thought it was one of the dungeons.
There's a tiny robot friend. Excuse me, robot friend. What are you up to?
Oh, God. Come back.
Where are you going? What are you doing? What is your mission? I want to know. Sarah, get out of the way of the robot.
I mean, considering
No! Dang you, enemies.
I've been doing something since
Get over
6 this morning.
Robot friends.
My day has been nonstop. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised too. Master.
We can call it quits at any point if you so desire.
You can call it quits whenever you so desire, Tom.
But here's the problem. I'm actually having fun.
I'm having fun too. I'm doing okay at this moment, I think.
Fine, I'll let our friend go forward the business.
This is not a list of dungeon bosses.
Death boss 50. Okay, well, probably should work on other things then.
Oh, it's like a split timeline thing, huh? Okay. We're still missing a major fragment here, too.
I don't care about backstory stuff. In regards to this game, no, I don't care about backstory stuff. I kind of just vibing with the combat and having fun exploring and fighting. Chocolina's in Final Fantasy 13? Ay. Wasn't she on Grand Pulse? I can't quite remember, but I thought she was on Grand Pulse. She's the bird Saz was gonna give to Dodge? Excuse me. Excuse me? That has to be explained somewhere. You can't just throw out this information. I have problems. Can read a record of this or something. Interesting. Cool, Lily. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Oh, I got the bigger one. Okay.
Let's try this.
Dunk on him.
I got.
What'd you get?
Another achievement.
Yeah, I don't have anything popping up for me. I'm curious if I just don't have trophies enabled or something.
It's not the one.
Oh, it's not there? Okay.
Doesn't look like we can get through here.
No rifts to be found. Not even a river. Time to try another area?
That's the one.
It's up here. There it is. Time for another puzzle.
Tom.
Hmm?
Oh, what are you excited about, Moogle? Is your thing glowing? Mug. Ooh, funny.
What? What? Why isn't it grabbing? What? Oh, I think I... Oh, I hold it? Yeah, I hold it. I'm an idiot.
Don't
It's a very
tell
weird
all the
puzzle.
time travelers.
Stage 1! God damn it.
Thank you for the map, baby. Okay, let's take a look at the trials really quick from Shadowbringers. I didn't do any of the raids. For sure, it wasn't a raid, but or a trial. But...
Okay.
Yeah, no. None of those, for sure.
Push back the darkness. Oh. Also, I'm a dingus and didn't realize this was also a ladder up.
You did it! Splendiferous! I knew you'd do it, Koopa Koopa!
One either. God damn it. Am I maybe confused? It's possible. It has been known to happen from time to time. But I'm looking at this list here, and nothing else is jumping out at me either right now.
No one's hurt, right?
Okay. What do you have for us? Chocolina.
Hey there.
I would like those other weapons. Ooh. Ooh. Why? Why would I want this? Why would I want this? Why? This makes it worse. Why would I want this? I'm assuming because you can upgrade it, but does just technically make it worse.
Thanks again.
Right. 18 is tempting. Yeah, might as well. Give me Thundaga, please. Oh, I can increase them. Where's my gremlin? Yes. Give my gremlin more power. Ooh, a synergist one. Tornado. Actually, that's pretty good.
More. What is the matter?
Go for it.
What a fun goddamn theme.
Interesting. I think I'm just gonna stick with what I have now, but I'll worry about that in the future. Because that has a lot of potential. See anything here, Kupo? No. You did unlock something. I don't know where. Ah, you're gonna make me fight. Jerks.
Looks like you lost. Looks like you lost.
I don't know what I revealed. But I revealed something. I think it was on top. What is that? Oh, I already have a mission. It's fine. Interesting. I don't know. Yeah, it looked like that unlocked something up above. This area is much larger than I was expecting. Ah, it's a new enemy. Dang it. Actually, no, it's not. Oh, I'm a dingus.
Firstly, I should probably make sure Tom's not talking.
What am I? How wanna?
I gotta have headphones on now. Firstly, I want to apologize to the Academy, and secondly, I want to apologize to everyone here
For?
because fucking Toucans was right.
About what?
It was the twinning.
No. Oh, the song?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a banger. I'm gonna have to listen to it off stream.
How? I very much doubt it would
I
give
want
you
that.
A claim because I've played that
No.
and had content
Mhm.
and not had it flagged, but
They're
it
closer
can't be too
spot.
safe and sorry these days.
Yeah.
Dragon Quest 11's like I had no issues until the end credits music, and then got one for that. I'm like, yeah, on YouTube, not on Twitch. So.
Mm-hmm. How do I get that? Noel can't jump worth crap. How do I get there?
And I was literally talking over the credits as I was giving my thoughts on the game. Like it wasn't even like I wasn't, it was just letting it play in
Mhm.
clean audio or whatever, whatever. Right.
I found one of the artifacts in the world I'm in, and I can't get to it. I don't know how I can get to it.
So many of these paths blocked off. Avoid the light. Got it.
No, fight a behemoth. You surely won't die.
Fight a behemoth, you surely won't cry. Okay, we'll fight one.
Do it. Win like I did. Or die also like I did. In two different fights.
That'll help if I remember to actually do stuff. Oh no, that's not good.
I bet you two can crack it, Kupo Kupo.
No, not my healer, you master bastard. Excuse me. Did you stop killing my friends?
Yeah, man. Not the biggest fan of these puzzles, though. I'm gonna be honest. What? God. Oh, come on. Get it. There we go. Actual Final Fantasy theme, not the prelude, doesn't get enough love.
Prelude's very good, yeah.
The do 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 do.
Okay, I killed the behemoth and I got 3 stars. All right, are we good?
Oh, nice.
Can I avoid getting killed by one now? I also got a fan from that. So.
How many Phoenix Stones did it take?
4, I think.
Yeah, they're jerks.
Yeah. That we can agree on. As long as I stay in the light, you'll just walk away? Okay, cool.
Good. Glad those puzzles don't take too long.
Go, go! How's it going?
Are they finally all gone? It might all be back.
Chocolina, you're still the best thing in this game.
You solved the paradox, Kupo.
Right on schedule. Now we find the gate and its artifact.
There might be other things to discover too.
Also, I realize I'm going the wrong way. Not in the wrong way, but I haven't searched everywhere.
Thank you for paying your electric bill, Chocolina. You are amazing. What do you drop me here, 2 kids?
That wasn't even a warm-up.
Prelude.
Okay, back up the stairs. Maybe now I have the capability to jump up and get that thing. Unless there's other ways that I can do.
Yeah, it's great. I like the version from Final Fantasy IV, I think, the best, but that's just mostly nostalgia. If I have the time, I have nothing but time, because I'm a time traveler. Get it?
Question for anyone who knows this game, maybe Badgers. How do I get this?
Let me examine the ball. Come on.
I want it. Unless I can just go inside and jump up. Can I just go inside and jump up? Time travel stuff? Oh.
I don't know what you expected the answer to be.
I know. I wanted it to be something different, but then again, I'm like, oh yeah, this whole game's kind of about that. I shouldn't have
The
expected
Redwoods
it
theme is also very good. Yeah, it was that one song though that made me go like the normal Shadowbringers like boss themes are really good, and the battle theme is really good, and like all the music in Shadowbringers, all the 14 music is really solid overall. But Shadowbringers itself had some really standout stuff. But then that track made me actually go and look at how much they wanted for the OST, and it was like $50 for like a CD version of it. I'm like, nah, we'll wait for this to be a little cheaper. Square, I know you could dominate this market, but come on, man. Cut me some slack. Yeah, a orchestral version of the Red Wings theme would be amazing. I agree.
What is that?
There you go, Master. That's what you wanted, right? Me to start being Yanni boy.
I
There's
can't
not
put
enough oxygen in my house anymore.
accessories on enemies or on the monsters I've taken.
There are still 7 people.
I should probably use a lever scope on an enemy like right away.
Oh, that's a boss? Whoops. I was checking my Discord messages.
Sir! Deserted schoolhouse. Oh, this is pleasant up here. There's a person.
It looks like an oracle drive.
Yeah.
Stop.
Oh, hello. Too late. I hit it.
Of anybody that can dispel that right now. I have somebody, but I don't have a paradigm that has it equipped, I guess. More technically the right answer.
Lightning.
No, that's the ending cutscene I remember. Yeah, Lightning didn't die.
Sarah, I'm sorry.
Hey, the apologies can wait.
Huh, it's almost like somebody played with the timeline, huh?
Huh? Maybe.
What do you say? Lightning, I swear to you, I will make her happy.
I believe you.
I could die because I screwed all this up real bad.
Real, aren't they? Who can they be? Prophecy. It's been changed.
But that's impossible.
If you change the future, you change the past.
It keeps
Huh?
changing?
Change is the constant.
Oh, hi.
You throw him sleep. So
That's cool. Just cut yourself through time.
Yeah,
That
sounds nice.
it's fine.
I have seen you. I have seen you both.
You.
What? You mean Asiris?
I am not the Yule you know.
You must understand.
God, I still
there
hate
are
that
many
weapon.
rules.
Caius.
Wait. I saw you. My sister was fighting you.
What are you doing here in this time?
I learned of your journey, leaping back and forth along the timeline. Yule has been watching everything you do.
No. She's been watching us?
No.
Yes. I see you understand the significance of that. Then you must also understand that I am here for a reason. Your actions have necessitated the strictest sanctions.
Oh, okay.
Hey, hold on a second. What do you mean, sanctions?
I must
This is a risky maneuver, but
Caius!
it's clear that the risk is not going to pay off. I grabbed the wrong paradigm. Dang it.
Stop.
You might actually kill him here.
No, don't hurt my small friend. You jerk. Easy breezy. Or phase 2?
You shall pay for your crimes in blood.
Oh boy. Okay.
Stop this, Caius. I am not going to fight you.
But we literally
Times
just
have
fought you.
changed. I'm not the Caius you once knew.
Oh, the tomato guy? Yeah.
I was just gonna say this does sound a lot like this does sound a lot like Grimoire Vice, because well, it is literally the same exact person.
The timeline has already changed.
Flight from Chicago to Wisconsin, but it was only like 60 minutes of air.
Also, I'm sure there's probably a reason why Yule has the same type of
If you change the future, you
back
change the past.
pelt
You can remold history as your
around her
heart
hip,
desires.
like Vanille had.
Let's go now, before you are made to witness more.
Sweet.
Yule.
Wow. If only bosses dropped things, then it would matter that I got 5-star on it. Both of them from Pulse, that's kind of the thing. Yeah, that makes sense.
An artifact, Koopa.
What does Caius want?
No.
How much would the artifact sell for? Who is this jerk?
That man, Caius. Who is he exactly? I've seen his face before. in my dream.
I thought I recognized him, but I don't think he's the man I used to know. He couldn't be here. Not in this time.
He clearly jumped through times, Noel. God, you fucking dense as hell, this guy. Head empty, sword free. Nope, can't go further. Let's see where else this goes. Just to fill out the map. Probably
and Hope's
no.
doing a clock. Hope's doing a clock. Say, damn it.
New enemy.
Hope is doing a cock block, hey? I've got probably 10 more minutes in me before I'm gonna like probably fall asleep. So
That is perfectly fine, because I'm pretty much just finished up this little time partition, so I'm safe to call it as well.
you're cock and not paying attention. Yeah, well, you know, so Hope was like walking, and then the girl grabbed his hand, and he like pulled it away. Like
That's not cock blocking. He's just maybe not into her.
Which is okay.
Cock blocking is when someone else gets in your way of your romantic
Hope is
endeavors.
cock blocking himself. It's fine.
The fabled self block.
Right, exactly. It's very rare.
Actually, it's not very rare. I know this
Quite
from
common.
experience. Getting in your own way is quite easy.
Oh, not wrong. Not wrong. Hey, do we have a thing?
Just want to try the jump one more time. Hep! Circles jump, not X. Damn it.
It's cock auto block. Damn it. I love it. Let's go. A t-shirt that says "Don't worry, I'll block myself," and it's got a rooster on it with like the no through it, and then at the bottom just says "auto block." Oh, it'd be a great shirt.
All right, let's get out of here.
Okay, Hope, we're gonna do a thing.
Oh, damn. Hi, Greg. Yeah, you pretty much did play Pixelmon literally all day.
The same face.
What's your Pokedex at? 400 already?
But even so, she didn't know me at all.
You mean you?
Yes.
I haven't looked.
Well, no questions?
What else was said about you? Others, why I didn't ask about her. What should I say? It's personal.
Seems to me that if I ask, you'd have a hard time trying to answer. I know what it feels like, not being able to explain how you feel, so I won't ask.
Thanks, Sarah.
Guns. Lots of guns to defend everything.
Very good Poke.
You know, when I look at my children and I say, I really need to defend you guys, here's a 9mm Glock to hold on to, just in case. First thing that comes to my mind, personally. You know?
Farseers had reported. We saw a young girl called Yule, just like the Cirrus. And we met a man named Caius, the man you were fighting in my dream. I guess what worries me the most, though, is that Noel looks sad. Sadder than I've ever seen him. And there's something else, too. The strange thing...
See, even like these hidden stupid treasure chests, giving you something to look around for, stuff like this was not in 13. Like,
Yeah.
the base game. Like, and this doesn't, that's all the little kind of stuff you need to make it compelling to look around a place, you know?
We changed the future.
I'm getting a bunch of cosmetic shit that I'm never going to use, but it still feels good. A little dopamine rush every time I find one of those hidden things. You know what I'm saying? Get me, chat.
That's fair. If you need to power level and fix them up.
Greg was power leveling? What?
Yeah. Oh, what? Why is it in the forward? Oh, that's why. Thanks to Sarah and Noel, a new timeline has been created. When a parallel world is unlocked, the 0 of the year is replaced with an X. For example, 1X AF is 10 years after the fall of Cocoon, same as 10 AF, but the people have different memories as they lead different lives. You could have not put an X instead of a 0, but it's fine. You could have just put like the X after the fact.
You get me, Master. Thanks. I get me too, most of the time.
So now I've created a different timeline.
Did it, Tom.
I did it. I can see what I can do here. I did want to get this. Close. I want you. Nothing. You would be neat to upgrade. I don't have anything to upgrade you. What? Oh, I don't have tier 2. That's why. Might as well waste some points though on other ones to see what they get. See what the dog can get.
Hey, Greg, thanks for hosting my stream. Appreciate it. We are going to end here soon, though.
Yes, I'm done.
And Greg deemed AS Sar, huh? Well,
then I guess until the end of the stream, I have to talk like this. All right. Sorry, Tom. So, what'd you think of the game there, Tom? What are your closing thoughts?
I have absolutely no idea what's happening in the story, mostly because I haven't been paying attention. Because when a game tosses you in that hard into it and then keeps using terms that are very specific and haven't in any way, shape, or form led you to just observe and connect the dots to figure out what they are, I just tuned it out immediately. And then just had a bunch of fun fighting and exploring. And I'm having a lot of fun, actually.
I feel like the plot is a little more consistent than 13 was by itself, but the batshit nature of the time travel elements have definitely compromised the coherence. Also, the fact that we can do things in any order in which we'd like to does not help with the overall continuity of the story they're trying to tell you. So, yeah. I mean, the ride so far, Badgers, I think has been a pretty decent time, but we haven't even been introduced to the main antagonist other than that initial thing with, Lightning. So,
I just fought him.
Oh, did you just fight him?
Yeah, I
Oh,
actually just fought him.
Well, then I guess I'll have to continue down this route and see what that whole fight's like. Goddamn carrot in my throat. But yeah, gamers, I really appreciate everybody that stopped out and watched me and Tom experience the beginning of this game for the very first time.
Did you just call chat gamers?
I did just call chat gamers. You don't think chat's gamers?
I think they play games. I'm not sure that I would call them gamers just because gamers tends to have a more negative connotation to it. Or at least when I hear it, I think negatively.
Well, then let's redeem it. Let's take it back. Let's make gamers an honorable thing again.
As the meme would say, gamers rise up. I'm glad you were having a good time too, and I'm not gonna lie, I actually would be down to do another stream like this. I'm playing more of this game.
All right, let's get something on the calendar.
We can. It probably won't be until like late August. I have a little bit of a busy schedule coming up with, moving at the end of the month. So yeah, I won't be able to. Probably like in 2 weeks, I'll probably end up taking like a 3-week stream break because I need to pack, get everything set up, and get all that stuff figured out. But yeah, I would be down for maybe in late August coming back to this.
Sounds good. And
if you are down for it, if you've enjoyed it, I always enjoy your company at the very least to make these things great. But actually, yeah, I was enjoying the game too. So it's the double whammy.
Yeah, I was having a lot more fun with it than I thought I was going to. And then that gives us the prospect of someday being like, hey, Lightning Returns. What's up, girl?
Maybe. That one would have even more divergence, as far as I can remember.
Yeah.
But that one's much more freeform.
So, who we raiding tonight, Tom?
Oh, that is a good question.
Looked like the streamer named Calvyberry that I've never heard of before is currently streaming.
They are. The Sargoto fellow's live too. I haven't seen them before. Yeah, we can go say hi to Calvy.
So everybody in my chat, make sure you say what when we get in the chat. That'll be our raid message for the night. It expresses
you're behind.
It expresses our current feelings for this game right now, and also Calvyberry.
You know what? It would have been a neat thing of me, and a respectful thing of me to have your chat open this entire stream, and I didn't. I'm a dangus. Heck.
You're absolutely fine.
Great.
All right. Thanks, everybody. You have yourself a wonderful evening, and I will be back on Wednesday, probably. I might stream tomorrow some, but my next normal schedule will be Wednesday if I don't stream tomorrow. So, good night, everybody.
Good night. And yeah, I'll be back on Monday streaming. I don't know what.
No,
so we'll see when I get there.
Bye. Bye.
I'm not there. But yeah, thank you, Sar, again for hanging out. It was a pleasure. Yeah. Have yourselves a wonderful night. Go yeet some love on over to Calvin. All right, goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.